Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, health care, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners' Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos. Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Okay, you're up. Go ahead, Jessica.
Good morning. Today is Friday, August 14, 2020. Commissioners Court is meeting in special open session. Today we are joined by ASL interpreters Maria Hernandez and Dario Garcia. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Christina, did you hear our conversation about?
I can't hear. I'm sorry.
Did you hear? We had yesterday. And I apologize, but I offered to just take a few minutes to be at the grand opening for the ESD with Chief Melendez to just say, welcome them and wish them well, and then step out. Is it something that we have to take a recess, or can it be part of Commissioner's Court?
No, sir. I would recommend, because it's not posted, that we do a recess so that you all have the ability to do that.
Well, let me ask the commissioners. I mean, I know we're running late, but if that, I would say no more than just an introduction from all of us, wishing ESD Chief Melendez and the facility just as thank them and wish them well, and then come back in. I didn't know I was going to take time yesterday, so I did offer that, and I'd hate to just back off of that unless we feel that we need to move forward, which would be okay as well.
Judge, my thoughts are, I agree with you. Betsy, Wally, by doing that, will we paint ourselves into a corner insofar as time?
Judge, commissioners, we do hope we can get through all the items today. It's definitely, we'll defer to the court. You have outside agencies scheduled this morning. First you have Crime Stoppers, and then you have Project Ariba. We rescheduled them from yesterday, but we will work with whatever the court decides.
Well, do me this favor, if you could, or someone contact Chief Melendez and let him know that we do have a tight schedule, that on behalf of myself and Commissioner's Court, we thank them, or, for what they're doing and wish them well. Or if you could do maybe somebody like Ramon or Nicole be in the link, and then just on our behalf, just wish them well. Could you do that, Betsy, please?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, then let's continue with our agenda. Okay, Jessica?
Item number three is public comment. At this time, we do not have anybody signed up to speak for public comment. We'll take no action for item number 3. Item number 4 from the regular agenda. Discuss and take appropriate action on the fiscal year 2020 through 2021 budget for the County of El Paso, Texas.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. This morning we have presentations from both Crime Stoppers and Project Ariba. IT team, if you'll pull up the Crime Stopper presentation, then I'd like to turn it over to the team from the Crime Stoppers.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Are we on? Yeah, you're good to go.
Good morning. This is Imelda Naya, current president of Crime Stoppers. With me today in the Crime Stoppers office is Sergeant Javier Zambrano, Coordinator Roger Scheides, and Coordinator John Purchase. We want to thank you for the opportunity to present before you today. Your support of Crime Stoppers has allowed Crime Stoppers to continue and carry its mission. The Crime Stoppers mission statement is to carry out an offense, a community offensive against crime, but motivating the public to report information about crimes that may lead to an arrest and to provide rewards for citizen cooperation. And we will be sharing with you the progress that we have made this year in that area. Your contribution has been very beneficial to the Crime Stoppers organization, for it helped us to continue to fund the Crime Stoppers tip line, which is available 24/7 for the public to report information about crimes anonymously and without the fear of retribution. It has assisted us in replacing worn-out equipment and furniture to accommodate board meetings and organizational functions. It has provided funds for the Crime of the Week that spotlights unsolved cases from law enforcement and partners through local news outlets. It has helped with the Crime Stoppers school safety program, promotional materials, in partnering campuses. And in late August, Crime Stoppers will be launching a new video highlighting unsolved crimes. This would be on a monthly basis. The impact on Crime Stoppers should we not receive funding from the county would limit some of the efforts, such as the support that is provided to all law enforcement agencies. The Crime Stoppers Paso outreach through social media efforts may be limited. Public accessibility to the anonymous Crime Stoppers reporting platform may be limited. It may reduce of Crime of the Week productions. It may also reduce our involvement in the school board safety program. Our next slide. For this past year, a year ago, we were reporting to you how much progress we have made in 2019 compared to 2018. This year, in 2020, we are happy to report how much more progress we have made compared to 2019. Our operational expenses have been reduced a little bit. On 2019, our actual operating expenses without rewards were $39,212. In 2020, our operating expenses are estimated to reach $36,500 towards the end of the year. Our results and statistics for 2020, we can see arrests at the end of June, total 70, compared to the total number of arrests in 2019 of 73. In 2020, we can see that there were 153 cases cleared at the end of June, compared to 147 cases cleared throughout 2019. In 2020, there have been 136,420 in narcotics recovered, compared to 9,112 in 2019. In 2020, we have had $8,000 in property recovered, and we had 38,540 in property recovered in 2019. In 2020, we have issued 25,400 in rewards at the end of June, compared to $30,450 in the year 2019. Our next slide, please. Now, this last year has been challenging for Crime Stoppers, just as it has been for our city. Starting in August, Our public support from private donors stopped, understandably so. Their contributions were probably rerouted to assist the victims and families of those victims from the massacre in El Paso. This year, with the pandemic, many of the businesses that regularly support Crime Stoppers have been unable to do so, for they have been closed. And as they are reopening, they are struggling to maintain their business. So those contributions have also dried up for us. Now, at this time, more than ever, the support of the court is very important for us. As you know, the Crime Stoppers Board are volunteers, and the responsibility of carrying Crime Stoppers through this difficult time weighs very heavily on us. So I do ask and plead for your generous support, and that you continue to support us generously as you did in 2019. And on behalf of Crime Stoppers, we thank you very much for your valuable support. If you have any questions or comments for us, we will be glad to answer and comment on.
Commissioner Leon, you've always led us and try to understand this a little bit better with your background and your support. Would you mind initiating the comments on the presentation, please?
Sure. Thank you, Judge. And thank you for your presentation. I see Sergeant Zambrano in the background there. As you know, I've been a very big proponent of assisting Crime Stoppers with their needs, because in just one case, an investigation can be cut from a possible 6-month investigation to 4 or 3 weeks, with an enormous amount of savings in that one call. So it pays for itself immediately. And I understand that most of the rewards are not claimed. So that it gives you an idea of the community we live in. They do this because they want to assist. They don't want crime in our community. So most of it is not claimed. Initially, I was going to propose, had things been different, going from 10,000 to 15,000. But Sergeant and all the board there for Crime Stoppers, I know you understand the situation we're faced with as a county. The city is in the same boat. Other municipalities, other county governments are also suffering the same effects from COVID. And the recommendation is $5,000. And sadly, I've got to agree with that because of the uncertain future that we have. And as we go forward, and hopefully in our next budget year, we can improve on that, because I really know from experience that one phone call can make or break a case, where you're going in all sorts of different directions trying to get at solve that crime, and that one phone call comes in and solves it for you. So sadly, and at the same time with being positive about it, I do recommend the $5,000, and hopefully in the coming budget year we can do a lot better, because I know how much it means to you all, how much it means to our community, and really other law enforcement agencies, the El Paso Police, the Sheriff's Department. I mean, in this region, it's so desperately needed. And Crime Stoppers goes back a long ways. That was the second Crime Stoppers in the U.S. To get started. So I make the recommendation that we do go for the $5,000, and hopefully we can improve on that later.
You know, I wanted to ask the question that there's a lot of things relate to COVID, and not just the impact from a financial standpoint, but is anybody sort of prepared to discuss like what changed in what you do that could be helpful that's related to COVID? Was there any situations? I don't know enough about. I know about the program a lot through what we've heard through Commissioner Leon, but did anything change as far as you having to do things different, or that where you were supporting anything related to COVID or anything like that? Can you, I guess, anyone, if you could sort of get me to understand how that you might have been involved in helping us with the COVID situation.
Sure, Judge. Javier Zambrano here. And as all of our organizations, all our law enforcement agencies and all our government entities, due to the COVID, we've also received a lot of tips related to possible COVID violations. So that is something that we are, of course, sending out to our law enforcement partners on that. And so that is something that some citizens do feel confident in reporting these through our Crime Stoppers. And just as a reminder, of course, our tip line is what most people, of course, already know. But as part of as what we had mentioned in the presentation, through our other items, including our tip software that is used, citizens are also able, through a P3 app, submit tips anonymously. And so that is one of the things where we receive a lot of tips. We also receive tips via our website through the internet. So a lot of people, and especially in this day and age, feel a lot more comfortable in doing that. One of the things that we're also doing and adjusting related to the COVID, of course, we're still continuing our monthly board meetings, but obviously, just like we are in this particular case, we're doing them virtually. So we can go ahead and continue doing the business of paying the rewards, doing the business of Crime Stoppers, but also ensuring the safety of our board members and, of course, all our partners. In addition to that, one of the things that we've also been working on is for the future. And part of what that is since a lot of schools, a lot of meetings are going virtually, we're starting to work on presentations that we can do for Crime Stoppers in that virtual setting to still have that presence in the schools, even though maybe it may not be very feasible at the moment due to the COVID pandemic to go in person and do these presentations, but actually be able to have it as something online and give that tool to our schools and to our community where they can still have those presentations and learn about the program. I think just one thing I definitely like to add is just what a great job all of us, and what I mean by all of us, I mean all the community, our media partners, and all our law enforcement agencies that are part of Crime Stoppers on the amount of cases and that we've solved so far this year. So it's that comparison again. That comparison was those 2019 numbers are for the whole year of 2019. So right now, just half of the year of this year, we're already programmed to surpass the totals for last year. So I think that's a great effort that's being done by the community, and definitely has a lot to do with your support and your help. So we truly appreciate that.
Well, and I asked that because once I'll get Betsy to see if there's anything that the CARES Act can do from the money that we have, and see if we could support it from that perspective. The other is that, and then I'll do a little bit more of a formal statement, but yesterday the governor threw the ball back at us saying that it wasn't the order, it was that we weren't following the order, and that there's businesses that are, he's just saying, look, I'm not going to detract because the reason the orders aren't working, and what I've asked is that there's no enforcement. So if there's a business, a bar that turns into a restaurant but doesn't have 51% or is violating, and you're not doing anything, it's not the order. It's really the fact that we're not enforcing it. So when you say that people call and tell you, hey, I'm at this place, they're not wearing a mask, or they're not spacing, that's very important to us, because the new challenge that we have is going to be enforcement, and do it in the most proper way. So it doesn't have to be going and giving a fine, but if you could go and warn or educate or whatever it is. And so I just wanted to, I see you just from the comments you made, that you're playing a huge part in what the governor is now expecting. One side says, well, we need to draw back the order and be more strict. And he's saying, well, you guys need to enforce it, and you're not. And so just from your comments, you're going to play a huge part in especially if you understand that that new lane might be open for you to say, we got to get tips. We got to find out who's not doing what they need to do, and that saves a lot of lives. So anyway, I just wanted to put it in that perspective of some lane that might open up for you, and then whether or not we could find CARES money to support that new lane. But I see it as extremely critical and important just from having that private conversation about the governor saying that we needed to make sure that people are adhering to everything that's going on. So just wanted to put it in that perspective, and then hopefully, that it'll help us reach a decision on how much to support Crime Stoppers, which is, by the way, an amazing program, been around so long. I mean, very much, we've learned a lot because of Commissioner Leon's support for that, and we got to look at the budget. So maybe there's some other opportunities that we might have, and we'll surely look at them. I don't know if this is something Betsy can discuss now, or just something that she can prepare us for as we move forward, if we're able to get a different type of funding or support for Crime Stoppers.
Judge, we'd be glad to work with Crime Stoppers if the court would like for us to see if there's any potential for CARES Act. We'll have to get some specific details, work with legal to see if it qualifies, and then bring this item back.
Well, thank you. It was very timing with what I heard yesterday, and then when they mentioned getting tips, I said, boy, we need them badly. I think the community has to stand up and help us, address that. Having 24 deaths today, my goodness, that's 20 yesterday, 24 today, and knowing that it's happening because of people going back home to elderly individuals or vulnerable individuals, and having that kind of death. I mean, that's really harsh, and it's hard to not try to do something about it. And that you might be one of those part of the answer or the solution to curbing, and just trying our best to curb, to stop that increase that we're having in deaths. So thank you. But Betsy, appreciate if we had additional comments on that so that we could make a decision also based on other opportunities that might help what they're trying to accomplish. But thank all of you for this presentation. Very, very happy and very proud of the things that all of you do and the coordination that you have with the Sheriff's Department and all the other agencies.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you all, Judge and Commissioners. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. Wally?
Wally, do we need action on that item, or it's in the budget as proposed?
So it is in the budget as proposed. The 2019 equivalent funding of $5,000 is also commented on by Commissioner Leon, so we are covered.
Judge, can I suggest something that we, depending on how quickly Betsy can come back to us in your conversation with Sergeant Zambrano, maybe later on this morning, if there's an opportunity to access CARES money to assist a little bit more, we can freeze the 5,000 for the time being. Then later on this morning, this afternoon, we can say, well, it turns out we can add X amount of dollars to that.
That's fine. At least we have the base, right, Commissioner? We have the 5,000 to start with, and that's on the table, and then we could move forward with some other opportunities.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
At this time, I'll make the motion, which is subject to an amendment later on, to approve the $5,000.
Second.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Judge, Commissioners, we'll now move on to Project Arriba. As noted in the budget presentation, we've included $75,000, which is the fiscal year 19 funding equivalent. We have members of Project Arriba online, and the presentation has been pulled up. With that, I would like to turn it over to staff from Project Arriba.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ramon Ortiz, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Project Arriba. Good morning, Judge Samaniego and Commissioners Court. Good morning, Ms. Keller and Mr. Hargrove.
Good morning.
I will be presenting today on the 2021 budget hearings. So next slide, please. One of the things I want to focus your attention on is really looking at over the last 5 years, we've had a great partnership with the County of El Paso, and we thank you so much for that opportunity. Over the last 5 years, the investment from the County of El Paso is at $350,000 total. You can see there the different fiscal years and the amounts that were invested into Project Arriba. But the main question that I ask myself is, well, what have we done with those funds? And this presentation will kind of answer that, and as well as talk a little bit more in detail about the types of work that we're continuing doing, especially during this pandemic. Next slide, please. Over the last 5 years, how did your agency benefit and assist the El Paso community? Well, remember, you all invested $350,000, and in return, the rural county of El Paso has received now 67 brand new jobs that are almost right at $50,000 a year in wages. Now, of the 67 brand new jobs, these represent 67 families that, for the majority in part, lived at or below poverty. This now represents $3.3 million in annual payroll. And if you take a look at the $350,000 that was invested and the return on annual payroll, it's 9.4 times return on investment. Over the last 5 years, we have served 165 rural county participants. We've graduated 78 and have job placed, as I mentioned, 67. Next slide, please. Again, how did our agency benefit because of the investment from the county? Of the 165 people that we have brought in over the last 5 years, what's so important to recognize is the type of jobs that Project Arriba is investing in and is benefiting the community with. Primarily over the last 5 years, the largest career field has been a bachelor's degree registered nurse. So with your investment, we've been able to secure 58 registered BSNs. We've been able to also sponsor 46, community college registered nurses, 32 licensed vocational nurses, and 29 allied health and other. One thing that I want you all to recognize is that each of these career fields are absolutely essential. Now, not only are they essential now because of the pandemic that we're in, but they have been essential for so long in El Paso. And as we learned yesterday, because of the high diabetes rate, because of other circumstances that affect our Hispanic community, having these folks in our employment and our workforce is going to be needed really for the next 10 to 20 years. Next slide, please. Okay, we graduated 78 individuals over the last 5 years. Of that, 32 of them were bachelor degree nurses, 17 were community college associate degree nurses, another 17 licensed vocational nurses, and 12 allied health. Next slide, please. Here's the really important slide, is the jobs that have been created with this investment. As I mentioned before, 67 jobs have been created over the last 5 years. And these are folks that live in the rural county only, primarily have been bachelor degree nurses, 29 graduates that have been job placed, 15 registered nurses, 14 licensed vocational nurses, and 9 allied health and other job placements from rural county participants. Next slide, please. Just a breakdown on how was El Paso County's contribution beneficial to your agency. Just a quick sheet here that shows you the total expenses, and as a pie graph, 25% of our the investment that was made last year of the $100,000 was directly for case management, which, as you know, the reason Arriba is successful in what it does is because of the case management, the individualized wraparound support. And then the 75% of it was direct program services. And those would be things like directly paying for tuition, for books, for materials, supplies, and testing fees. Those direct things that benefit the actual student, or what we call participant. Next slide, please. So a big question is, if Project Arriba did not receive the county's contribution, and we really call it an investment, what would we have not been able to accomplish? And the simple answer is this: we would not have been able to bring in 119 brand new rural county enrollments over the last 5 years. You see that in fiscal year 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20, you can see there the raw number of people that we would not have been able to bring in each year without the investment from the county. So again, we thank you for your investment over the last 5 years, and we thank you for your continued support. Next slide, please. So currently we're in a contract, and we work really well with your team at the County of El Paso. So this is just metrics for this current year that ends in September of this year. So we have about 45 more days left on this contract. And we have great information here as well. So the orange represents what we had anticipated, kind of our goal for the contract, what we wanted to do with the investment of $100,000. We wanted to bring in 80 rural county participants into Project Arriba. As of right now, where we stand on this report, there were 72 county participants. That's 8 short of our goal. Now, we still have 45 days left, and I have been talking to some partners that we have out in the rural communities, and we're going to be setting up some outreaches and orientations via Zoom and other virtual media platforms to try to bring in the remainder of the 8. But the reason the 8 has not been brought in, a lot of it has to do with the pandemic, obviously. During the months of April, May, and June, we really saw a decline on the number of people actually coming to want to have an opportunity to start school. What we're seeing now at the end of June and really July and August, we're seeing a lot of people now starting to come back and want to get back into school. And so Arriba has not missed a heartbeat. We continue to do everything with using technology. So we meet every Tuesday afternoon, have on average of about 20 individuals that will jump on our virtual orientation, and we do our enrollment process through technology. We've updated all of our systems so that all of our forms are now online. Over the last 2 years, we have made a concerted effort to be 100% paperless. And so all of our stuff is in the cloud, as they say. And so our organization has fared well in being able to move in this remote access new environment. And we hope to continue to do that until the numbers start to decrease and we can start being able to meet more in person with our participants. But every week our case managers work so hard to meet with their caseloads through virtual means. They talk to them via phone, via email. We still continue to do their income and assessments every 6 months to make sure they're still on track. We're still reviewing their report cards, we're still reviewing their their plans for academic success, and all of that has continued without any hiccup. We've met our requirement for the number of graduates for this year. We anticipate probably being a little ahead of that because this does not include August graduates, and I think we have a few rural county participants that will graduate. And then we will meet our job placement. At the time of this report, we were 3 short of our 15 goal, but we anticipate over the next 45 days to meet and or exceed the job placement. On average, this year, the jobs of these individuals, they're getting into jobs that are paying them about $48,757 a year. And again, we're talking about a rural community who is experiencing poverty and generational poverty. And what we are seeing is that because of the investment with the county, we're moving families out of generational poverty into really, really great jobs. Next slide, please. Another great statistic is, well, how many people can you keep in long-term training is an important metric. These are called persistence rates, and persistence rates look at a cohort of people for 12 months, and they see when you started them 12 months later, how many are still active in training and or graduated, and numbers across the nation are very low. The highest numbers in the state of Texas from some of the biggest universities, you would be surprised at what their persistence rates are. Now, with all of the risk that the rural county participants may face and a lot of the emergencies that they face, what we have found is that our persistence rate is phenomenal. And that's simply because of the connection that they have with our case managers. So of the 72 people that we've served this year, only 4 have had to leave the program. So that represents a 94% persistence rate. And on average, we like to maintain an 85% persistence rate or higher as a program, but the county students are doing much better on their persistence than the average student that we're seeing coming in through the program. Next slide, please. How many students did our organization assist? And as I mentioned, was our target reached or not? Over the last 12 months in this current contract, we have served 30 BSNs, 17 ADNs, 13 licensed vocational nurses, and 12 allied health individuals. Next slide, please. Really on behalf of the board of directors for Project Ariba, the staff, and really the participants, I really want to thank the county judge and the commissioners and all the team at the County of El Paso for doing an exceptional job in what you do on a day-to-day basis. Thank you again for investing into Project Ariba, really investing in human capital over the last 5 years, and we hope for your continued support and assistance. Thank you very much.
Judge, can't hear you.
You're muted, Judge. Muted, Judge.
Thank you. Now, saying that, Mr. Ortiz, that we too are very proud of the partnership, and you know, you make us proud when we support you and you have the success that you have. Obviously, that also shows, you know, that we're doing the right thing, and your success. Been very fortunate, and I thank you for every opportunity I have to be a guest, whether the graduation or just to meet some of the people that you work with. And it's very impressive, your boards, just everything that you do for the community is very, very important. And we thank you for that relationship and that success. I know so many things have happened because of COVID, and it looks like you're continuing to do what you need to do independent of COVID and keeping the success going. This virtual new life and new normal has been difficult. And from financial standpoint, but also from operations, what you have to do and the way you need to do things. So we thank you for continuing that partnership and that, you know, like I said, we're very proud. I know that people around town are always thanking us about the support that we provide to Project Arriba because of your own success. It brings success to us as to who we decide to support. So do thank you, Mr. Ortiz, and thank your staff and all these individuals that have been so successful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, comments?
Judge.
Commissioner Stout, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ortiz, for the presentation. You know, it's always amazing to me to see just how successful this program is, and how we are affecting people's lives and really helping folks, and at the same time helping our community and making our community stronger. I want to propose not cutting the amount of money that we provide to Project Arriba. We saw in the presentation, the numbers on the return on investment, more than 9 times. I don't think anybody could give me an example of any other investment that we make that provides that type of return on investment. Just flat out numbers and economic development, jobs. Above and beyond that, in a time that so many people are becoming unemployed, I think this is exactly the type of investment that we need to be making in our community. I feel like we need to do more to provide education and training, not less. And the type of training that we are helping to provide to the people that benefit from our investment in this organization is even more important in the context of the pandemic that we're living through. These are nurses and healthcare professionals that we are helping to create, and how many times have we heard Jacob Cintron and others tell us that one of the biggest challenges for hospitals these days is not necessarily the lack of bed space, but the lack of adequate staffing for those beds. If we had a major surge, this program helps our hospitals to obtain the adequate levels of staffing that they need. And I think that we would be making a huge mistake if we not only don't talk about doing more for this organization, but cut the funding that we provide for Project Arriba by a quarter. This is jobs, this is economic development, this is healthcare, and it's a lifeline for so many people. And I think one of the smartest investments that we have ever made. And I feel like we need to continue to bolster what we're doing here. This is exactly where we need to be looking at spending money. And so, I would propose that we not cut their budget, but the amount that we're investing in them, but we expand, that we increase it. Yesterday we looked at the budget register, and there was some money freed up from some staffing savings, as well as the money that we saved by not doing the van pool, I believe, and so maybe we could take an additional $50,000 or $100,000 of that and give it to this organization. This is exactly where we need to be putting our money in at this point in time.
Judge.
Commissioner Leon.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners. Mr. Ortiz, a wonderful presentation. As you know, I've been a supporter and proponent of this program for many, many years. And what you've stated, Commissioner Stout, is correct. I have a couple of questions, but I'll get back for one question for you, Mr. Ortiz. But Commissioner Stout, the other day you spoke about the possibility of taking away step raises for our detention officers, for our sheriff's deputies, because of what we're talking about, the impact that this is having on our budget. But yet you want to increase on Project Arriba, which in itself is probably something that is very beneficial to so many people out here. You talk about, I myself proposed doing away with the incentives for the van pool for our own employees. And you heard me a few minutes ago try to keep Crime Stoppers at $5,000, even though I was going to propose going to $15,000, $20,000. And that is super hard, close to my heart. And in one call, like I said earlier, pays for itself. So my recommendation is, and you're really speaking about two things. Take away the step increases for our law enforcement, but yet increase it over here. I don't agree with that. So my proposal would be leave it at $75,000, and I make that motion to leave it at $75,000.
Second that motion.
Can I respond real quick? I just want to point out that
Judge, at this point, I call the question.
Okay.
Okay. I thought we were able to have discussion if I mean, I understand that you made a motion, but are we not allowed to have discussion as per Robert's rules?
The question has been called.
Commissioner Perez?
Aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Well, I just want to make one comment before I vote, and that is, I think you're trying to confuse the conversation that we had regarding CIT and the sheriff department salaries and this. I mean, if we want to continue to bring that up, we have an opportunity to talk about that, I think, in a little bit, Commissioner Leon. So just wanted to make that point. No.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz, and you all continue to do the wonderful job that you're doing, and hopefully during our next budget year, we can do better.
Yes, I appreciate all of the work that each of you on this screen do. Thank you for your support, and God bless you guys.
Thank you. Appreciate your presentation and your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Miguel, if you can go back to the slides, please. Judge, Commissioners, the next item we have for discussion is the crisis intervention team. After the presentation last week, or earlier this week, you asked that we work with the Sheriff's Office to see if there's any other options or models that could be considered. These models that I have a summary of here, this would be the FY 2021 impact based on the information the Sheriff's Office has provided. This is a reduced model where there's only 3 teams, and this would be implemented April 1st, mid-year. The county impact additional new budget for this fiscal year would be $276,033 as proposed by the Sheriff's Office. The 6-team model, which is what they originally proposed, if it were to be implemented April 1st, I'm sorry, let me back up. The 6-team model is not what they originally proposed. Originally, they proposed a 12-team model. A 6-team model being implemented mid-year, would be an additional budget impact this year of $578,103. I have a couple caveats on this. This is the sheriff using some existing resources to offset the total impacts. This does include what the sheriff has shown on his sheets, the Sheriff's Office has shown for their cost for operations and vehicles and equipment. So the total increase for fiscal year 2022 would be more than double what you see here. in personnel cost, but it would be less on capital cost. Because you would not need to continue buying vehicles year after year. You would have to have a vehicle replacement plan. Chief Witten is going to go over these models and explain what their thoughts are, but from a staff perspective, we have not verified these numbers. I don't have any reason to believe they're not correct, but we haven't validated or looked at the proposed operating budget or the equipment cost. So I would ask that the court, if you are going to move in this condition, in this manner, to consider establishing it in a reserve and allow it to, for us to assess again where we're at economically in January. And then it would also allow staff to evaluate the proposed amounts and staffing and also research any grant availability. And with that, I would like to turn it over to Chief Witten. Chief?
Thank you. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Good morning, Chief.
I guess in short, our initial presentation for the 12 teams, that would basically allow for 24/7 coverage at all 3 of our stations. So, Clint would have a team on duty 24/7, 365 days a week, as would Montana and as would the Northwest Station. On these 2 presentations that you have before you, the 6-man team would allow for 12-hour coverage at each station, 365 days a week. And the 3-man team, which is certainly still a good start, would allow for 40 hours of coverage at each station. And of course, we would schedule as the call load for these specific types of circumstances dictate. So in the 3-team model and 6 that you both have before you, we're gonna identify we'll provide the 3 deputies, for example, or detective and their current cars and stuff. And the patrol commander provided the operational expenses. There's certainly certain training requirements that EHN mandates that we have in order for them to kind of oversee and certify the program. And if you'll look at these numbers, there's actual partial payments that we are required to make, for example, to the CIT team director, and we need to have a program manager. But we think we can work on those partial numbers, but we can negotiate with them based on the size of the team that is approved, because they shouldn't get the same amount of money for overseeing 12 that they do for overseeing 3. But that's certainly a work in progress. We can absolutely look towards getting grants, and should we, as Betsy mentioned, we'll vet all the numbers completely, but we'll certainly make up any shortcomings should there be any, whether it's confiscated from our own internal monies. But I'll certainly ask any questions. And let me just say that I agree. Yesterday, I heard Commissioner Perez saying that we didn't necessarily submit in the initial budget proposal, and that's true. I think by the time we submitted, it was before the whole George Floyd event transpired, and certainly, perceptions across the nation changed. We just wanted to afford the court the opportunity to know what a team like this would look like, what the optimal goal is, which is to have the 24/7 coverage. Certainly with the first proposition, we can respond to every type of call from one end of the spectrum to the other, whether, for example, like say autism's on one end to Alzheimer's on the other. And we could provide significant follow-up to all of those kinds of cases of homelessness, addiction, drug abuse, whatever, any kind of mental illness. And so the bigger the team, the more in-depth the follow-up. But again, either of these options is a really good starting point, and at least we wanted to get them out there for consideration.
Judge, if I may, real quick.
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to be very clear. I mean, George Floyd was not mentally ill. If we could just be very clear on that. I mean, it was a case where, Chief, you're making a face. I mean, I don't know if you're aware of that, but this wasn't a case of mental illness. It was a case where the death could have been prevented. Even the police department's policies and procedures weren't followed, and that played a factor into his death. But to come back and say that your request was made after the George Floyd incident, implies that Mr. Floyd was mentally ill, and that simply was not the case.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to imply that. I'm just saying that certainly triggered a lot of reactions across the country, and a lot of those, responses or movements towards police departments certainly, where people talk about, reimagining our response. They certainly believe we need to do a lot better in this particular area, as we do.
Judge?
Yeah, Commissioner Leon, please.
Chief Whitten, can you go over some of those numbers again? And I think I misunderstood something insofar as the lowest number of personnel and equipment that could be a starting point for this project. And you know, as well as the sheriff and myself, that we saw so many tragedies. I did over my almost 30-year career with the El Paso Police Department that could have been avoided, should have been avoided. And I see this program is very necessary. I am concerned about the funding, extremely concerned about it. But Chief Whitten, can you go into the minimum necessary? And I spoke offline to someone insofar as equipment, especially the vehicles, other possibilities in purchasing that equipment. But can you go over it one more time? I apologize, but can you go over it one more time? The minimum it would take to start, as the judge said yesterday, to crawl first, then walk, then run later.
Right, absolutely. So again, the proposal of a 12 would have provided 24/7 coverage at all three of our areas of responsibility, which is 2 teams on days, 2 teams on nights, and again 24/7 coverage, 365. The presentation or the option for a team of 3 is what we think is the bare minimum that we can start with, and the reason for that is that is just one team in each of the areas, and certainly they would be available for call out if we needed them. And the reason we say 3 is we just don't think, it's just not optimal for example, a team from Vinton to have to respond to the far edges of Clint. We want to get there timely. So we want to have one team in each area, and that's what this proposal for 3 allows. And again, on that one, we're providing the 3 deputies, we're providing the 3 vehicles, although we don't have, we don't have the ability to provide the EHN social workers.
So the amount, if we look at where we are today, this fiscal year, I guess this is a better question for Wally. Would that be the full amount, or is it a percentage? Then in 21, it's the full amount. Can you sort of break that down for us, Wally?
The full amount for 2021, based on the numbers that the sheriff has provided, is back to the screen, Miguel, if you would. For the 3-team model, this is the impact. The $276,033 is what the sheriff shows, and they're using. It's a higher impact. But the sheriff is proposing to use some existing positions and operating, I believe, to help fund this. This is the full impact to the county in this fiscal year, the increase to budget for the 3-team model.
And on a 6-month basis starting April.
Correct.
Okay, thank you, Betsy, Wally. And really this is at the heart of community policing. So many things can be sort of nipped at the bud at the beginning without it being allowed to turn into a tragedy, whether it be 2 calls later, a year later. So this is something, and Chief Whitten, I think our main challenge here is the funding. I don't know how
absolutely
COVID impacts this particular subject. I don't know. Possibly we are not going to be able to tap any of the CARES funds for this. But I think we may be able to look at it. I open it up to the court, Judge, to your thoughts.
Well, first of all, I sort of want to emphasize that it's something extremely important. I think that if we just focus first on the fact that this is an effort, I had an opportunity to talk to representatives from sheriff and other individuals, and what they thought they were doing, which might have been misunderstood, is that this was their response to the idea that some of the police department or the sheriffs or any law enforcement would begin to shift some of their efforts away from more enforcement to actual intervening and being able to do things that where there's more community involvement, where they're trying to be seen more as individuals that are very interested in interacting with the community. And the mental health obviously is a huge issue that we have, where we're having people within the system that shouldn't be there. And if you think about our premise we've always said no one should be in jail when they shouldn't be, whether it's money related, right? Nobody should be there if it's money related and they can't get out, or they shouldn't be there at all because of the crime and we're not just moving efficiently. And no person who is there because of a mental health issue that became a crime because it wasn't handled properly should be in the jail. And so to me, what they've said that we've missed a point, or maybe some of us have missed a point, is that this is their response to this idea that law enforcement is just about, picking up criminals and taking them in, when really that's not the case. And so this was the reason for bringing it into the budget at this point in time, from what I was told, was that this was what they felt was a good response to some of the things that we as commissioners were, and the commissioners court was moving towards this idea of more community kind of involvement from law enforcement. So I see it as a very genuine kind of effort to say, if we're going to move money away from law enforcement, I think it's going to be critical, but why don't we get more involved in some of the things that might create some issues, like you said, Commissioner Leon. I mean, things escalate unnecessarily because we're not approaching them in that particular way. A mental health kind of situation, the soft uniform of walking in there. I know there was some discussion on maybe not having a law enforcement, but strictly. I think we would put people in a very vulnerable, because we've seen what's happened to law enforcement. They walk into a situation and it's volatile. And so we can't expect someone without law enforcement to answer a call and doesn't have the preparation. My idea is allow the law enforcement with soft uniform to sort of de-escalate the situation, and then have someone come in right behind them that has mental health training. And then between the two of them, I think they can be very successful. And so I just wanted to, try to understand from their side, it's not just like I'm going to bring it in and get away from the budget process, but the timing was, hey, is this an opportunity before we move on the budget? Is this a great opportunity for us to present something that's new now? It's something different that we need to bring in that we might have not thought about. With Emergence, I think it's a great partnership that both could come together. So I would like for us to see it from how good the program is, and not whether it came in on time or whether all these other factors that I think separates us from other organizations of how we deal with that. I think we're a very mature commissioner's court that we look at things based on, is this good for the community, without figuring out whether the timing is right, or whether or not it should have been brought in a certain way, or what we're, questioning some motives, instead of let's just look at the program. I think in the program in itself is extremely valuable. Now, how do we make this happen within what we can, within our budget and within our support? So I just wanted to put it more in perspective of, is it or is it not good for the community, I think it would be great for the community. Emergence is very capable, but they're out of the system, as far as I'm concerned, in being able to address all the things that happen when there's a mental health issue involved and we're right in the middle of it, and they're not there, or the law enforcement's not there. So to me, it's a great partnership. And so I just would like to look at it from that perspective. If we can't afford it, then what can we afford? But I think, first of all, I didn't hear any commissioners say that it wouldn't be a very viable, important program for us to consider. And so I put it in that perspective. Is it important for us to consider, and then look at the fact as to whether or not we're able to pay for it now or later, or how can we do this? But I personally, and I think Commissioner Leon and others are saying it is a good program. Let's not go into a different direction as to all the other elements. But I think it's a great program. I think it's very timely that we look at it at this particular time, and then figure out, how much can we, how much skin is in the game for us to support this program.
Judge?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Robinson?
I agree with your comments. Is a very good program. And go back to my comments I made yesterday. You look at the merits of the program itself. For the benefits that would derive by having a program. It's better to have something and not need it, but need it and not have it. Based on the budget restraints that we have, the full team that the sheriff has proposed, while I agree with the program itself, I said, well, let's start out at a lower number and grow it as we go down the road. So it's based on the merits. It's a good program, and I'm all for it.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Commissioner Perez, please.
Yeah, Judge, I hear what you're saying, regarding that, we shouldn't just look at this regarding the timing of things. But I want to emphasize why the process is so important. We've set this up so that our staff has the ability to look at our budget in totality and look at these additional proposals that many departments and all elected officials have brought forth, so that we can weigh the various needs facing our community. There's no doubt that there's value in this type of program, but considering how tight the budget is this year, we denied this same opportunity to the judiciary, to the constables, to other elected officials, where when we look at the issue of mental health and we look at the mental health breakdown in our community, where is the best investment possible? Well, if one department comes in late during the budget process, actually 10 days before these budget hearings start from my understanding, and it was not part of the original budget proposal, nor was it amended in any way, how are we to determine this is the greatest mental health need in our county? When the judges, the public defender's office, the district attorney's office, the constables were denied that same opportunity. So we're coming in here just based on who had the last proposal versus looking at this in totality as it pertains to our budget. Can we honestly say that this is the greatest need, mental health need for our community, and it's not with the public defender's office, who are very short-staffed when it comes to serving those with special needs in our criminal justice system, particularly in the area of mental health? We didn't afford them the same opportunity, but yet we're on the verge of allocating over $550,000 a year for a program that we had no data, it was not vetted in the same way that other budgets were vetted. This is not the only point in the criminal justice system that needs significant investment. So if you're going to open this up, then give the district attorneys the opportunity to come in and provide mental health proposals. Give the public defenders the opportunity, because their caseworkers and their attorneys are very short-staffed when it comes to the area of mental health. I mean, and just give them the opportunity then to come forward and talk about their caseloads and how much extra time is needed to prosecute or to defend a client on that has a mental health issue. I mean, so if that's what I'm saying is that it's a matter of fairness. And if we're truly going to say that there's value in this program, well, then again, we're responsible for so many aspects of the criminal justice system. Then give every department who has a role in our criminal justice system the same opportunity. Then if the court is going to make over $500,000 after initially telling everybody, no, we're not going to make additional investment. That's why process is so important, because it's a matter of fairness and fairly addressing the needs of this issue. It's much more than one department. And I would just urge that if we're gonna go down this road, then afford everybody else who is very short-staffed this opportunity before branching off and starting a new department or a new branch that currently doesn't exist, because the current folks who deal with this are already severely short-staffed.
Thank you, Commissioner Pettis. One of the things that did reach out is that this program might take away a tremendous amount of issues that go into the mental health. The reason that mental health becomes part of the court system is because they get into the criminal system, and that's where they have to put in more staff and more. So there is a potential of reducing the workload throughout the whole system because of that. And then secondly, what I'd like to say is that maybe we should ask the mental health authority as to, because they are the mental health authority, to give us the insight as to what do they feel the impact would be on mental health from their perspective. They might be supportive of something that also creates issues for them because they're trying to do mental health. But what happens is when it gets into the criminal system, it really takes away a lot of the opportunity to work through the mental health process and the criminal system at the same time. So the reason I'm very supportive is because I do see how it impacts the entire criminal system for us not to get people into the criminal system that have a mental health problems and mental health issues. And I can tell you that just from in forensics and my experience in mental health and forensics, once a person that has a mental health issue gets into the criminal system, it's exacerbated. It's just the most incredible thing. It's like a crime in steroids. I mean, it's really a difficult situation. So how it's amplified and how it creates issues for the whole system of having someone with a mental health. I have been able to see a person that started with a mental health problem go into the criminal system all the way to prison and spend years in prison from a mental health issue. I've also seen how worse that person gets. I mean, horrible situation. I mean, it's like if someone has diabetes and you put them in a situation where they have to eat more sugar and, they have to be in this situation where it's worse and worse for them. And that's what happens with mental health. Once you get them into the system, it's a burden for everybody. It's a burden for every part from the criminal systems to the medical situations to now trying to help someone with mental health issues after being in a criminal setting. That's very, very difficult. So I see it as a root cause for a lot of the cost that happens within our system, within our criminal justice system. A lot of the additional cost comes from making a mistake of getting someone with a mental health problem that becomes part of the criminal system. So I would just like to offer that yes, the timing is off and maybe they're not part of the process, but I know that if you reached out to any judges that have to go through having to deal with mental health issues that they shouldn't have to be dealing with, will tell you that it will be a good program. I mean, I have a small sample. I'll be very honest. I took a little small sample of how it impacts the judges and so forth. But it does impact them, and they might perceive it as something that reduces their cost and their need for staff. So, and you're right. I think one of the points that you made it is very well taken, is the fact that we haven't vetted it properly, and that we're bringing it up unvetted. Would the judges support this versus their own their own petition. That in itself would be a very important thing. The only, and we know one of the things that we do get a lot of credit from the community is that we're not afraid to slow down the process, to do things right, and not rush in, and to be able to say we don't understand it very well. Let's understand it better. I have never seen us sort of ramrod something just because we're on budget process and we got to take care of it. If it needs to be vetted, then it needs to be vetted. And I think the commissioners would be willing to have it vetted properly and see if there is let's not assume that there are people that feel that they should have the same process when we don't know that for a fact. I don't know for a fact that the judges would see this as how come they do it and we don't do it. I don't think that's to me, it's an assumption that would be the case. My small sample tells me it's otherwise. That they wouldn't see it as I went through the process properly and they didn't. I don't think that would be the case. Maybe I'm wrong, but I do appreciate process and following the process. I do appreciate it, but I also know that we shouldn't be that inflexible that we're not willing to consider something outside of the process. So, Commissioner Leon, please.
Yeah, so if I can just dovetail on what you just said, and Commissioner Perez, there's nothing in what you said that I don't agree with. You bring up some very good points. Just to dovetail on what you just said, Judge, this is the base and where we're going to start. Without having this type of team, there will be you cannot defend somebody in the public defender's eyes. You cannot prosecute somebody if they haven't gone through the first step where a tragedy has occurred. Then all the process stops there. So what I'm saying is this is the initial step so we can get to the public defender's office, so we can get to the DA's office. But this is the foundation. So I just wanted to dovetail a little bit on what you had said, Judge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And just to go along with that, and I, Commissioner Leon and Judge Samaniego, I mean, I think you're making very valid points, but again, it's just because of the little time that was given to vet this, there's no data to support anything of what it is you all are saying regarding how many cases will this defer, or what's the potential number of cases it is that this can defer. There's no doubt that there's the potential to do that, and this has the value of being a very beneficial program, particularly when it comes at, as Commissioner Leon was saying, at the entry level, when people are coming to the criminal justice system. But is there anything to support it is that additional uniform personnel is needed versus additional mental health to defer them out of the criminal justice system? I mean, there's no data to support what anything's being talked about. Again, it's just because of the lack of time that we've been given to thoroughly vet any of this. And we're just sort of going off of is there value to the program? Certainly. Is there the potential to decrease cases? Certainly. But we haven't been presented anything, because I mean, this is a very new proposal that is, again, the goals of this are quite lofty, but there's been very little data to support that it would achieve any of that. And that's the question, is that, will it defer folks? I mean, will it save lives? And does it have to be uniform personnel that does that, or is it additional resources in mental health? But we have nothing to support the potential value or any data pertaining to any other points in our criminal justice system where folks with mental health are being held up or exacerbating the problem. What if there's a case and that's being delayed or postponed because, let's say, whether there's lack of resources and a crime occurs while a person is already inside the criminal justice system? I mean, I'm sure that chances are, if somebody has a serious mental illness, this isn't their first run-in with the law. There's some serious long-term issues that need to be addressed. And I'll bet you there's already folks in our criminal justice system, whether perhaps they're reoffending or perhaps they've already gone through the process, but there's probably delays, whether it be in a case or whether it be in the judiciary, whatever the case may be. But those are the types of questions that need to be asked and thoroughly vetted, I think, before we proceed with an investment of this size.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Judge?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Stout?
I mean, I hear what Commissioner Perez is saying, and maybe something that we can do is engage EHN. One of our board members, I think, actually helped write a lot of curriculum for the training for this program. Dr. Meyer, if I'm not mistaken. And I'm sure that there may be. I mean, there's got to be. There are stats out there. I mean, this is not something that is new by any means. It may be newer to our community since at the city we've only been doing it for a couple of years, but this kind of work has been undertaken in other communities. For years, and so, maybe we can, have the sheriff's staff work with EHN and maybe have Dr. Meyer come in and talk about it, have EHN come in and talk about it, and give a presentation on some of those things, and so that the court feels a little more comfortable with what some of the outcomes that it has provided in other communities in the past, and the potential for what it could mean for our community.
Betsy, there was one, and I recall something we did where we put money aside, sort of earmarked, and then allow us to move forward. And then, because I really want to respond to Commissioner Perez's of doing it properly and really looking at the numbers. I'm very process oriented, and he's got, it's very important that we're able to justify and validate that our assumption is that we're gonna, we could look at it from being in the leading edge of mental health and look at it from that perspective. I know that it's in alignment with our idea of not having people in jail that shouldn't be in jail, and I can't see of something that would be with more potential to say, here we're very concerned about people being in jail. We're diverting them completely. What better way to do this? But as Commissioner Perez is saying, we need the numbers to justify that it is a diversion type program. And so is there a way that I'd like to propose that we do something similar? I can't remember how we did that or the mechanics, but we said, here's some money aside. And if it works for us and we come back to the court and it says, yeah, this is something that would be very good for us, we now know and have the numbers, we'd like to move forward, that we do have something in reserve for that. And if not, then we channel it back toward, to some other programs. But could you explain that to me, Betsy? Because I recall that happening.
Yes, sir. We did this last year with the 48-hour bond hearing enhancement or magistration enhancement. The court set aside the money. HR and budget worked with the departments to evaluate, look at what the proposed staffing was, look at what resources were being required. As a matter of fact, throughout that process where they worked with them, you may recall that they were able to save some from what was originally projected to be cost. But if you'd like to do that, the court would make a motion to set aside $300,000 in contingencies to work through this program. Part of what I was going to mention, as I mentioned, part of this expense would be covered, not the $300,000, because it's more than $300,000, but part of this would be covered by offsets in the sheriff's budget. The $300,000 that we would add to the budget register would be partially offset if the court so wanted to view it this way. It would be partially offset by the district clerk staffing reduction. But we would just set aside $300,000 in contingencies for our team to work with the sheriff and EHN on the various options and a plan and bring it back for the court's consideration.
And Commissioner Stout, your involvement, intense involvement with, with the Mental Health Authority, and would you guide this a little bit for us, to see if what are their thoughts, and what would they, sort of get this process going? I mean, I could help in any way, and I'm sure Betsy as well. But being on the board, I think would help to see if we could get to a point where we feel comfortable with the numbers and that this is something that they would like to see as a major initiative. And then we can also wait to see for grants. Maybe there's that potential for grants that we have a better understanding of that. And then also what Commissioner Perez was saying, is there a concern from the others that we're going in that direction and not for theirs? So I think the whole thing will play out to where Commissioner Perez would feel more comfortable. Say, okay, we now have all the things on the table, and but yet I know that if we don't put it in the budget process, the chances of getting into it later are going to be pretty slim. And so I'm an advocate for giving it an opportunity to see if we can make this happen. So, but I don't know how the commissioners feel about this reserve and then getting the right data moving forward. Commissioner Leon?
Excuse me, Judge. I agree with you. I just don't want to put too much on Betsy and Wally's office to come back and I apologize. Too much where we don't have time to make a decision. Where our backs are up against the wall, and I just don't want to overtask our staff into today's Friday, Monday's coming up, so we really have to make some decisions today.
Okay, Commissioner Robinson, your thoughts?
Well, excuse me. I like this as a if we, based on the comments that Betsy made in regards to the previous program we did, you look at it as a start out as maybe just start out as a pilot program, but at least you get started at some point. So, what would it take to coming from Sheriff Department and Betsy as well? What would take for us to do is start out as a pilot program?
So Tom Whitten. So when we said 3 is the pilot program number, I know we were talking about numbers. The PD responded in the city to almost 3,000 kinds of calls that were applicable to this team, and they diverted about 1,000 people from a hospital and about 1,000 people from jail. And we reviewed our calls, and we have about 800 year to date that we would have sent this team to if we had them. The program works fantastically within the city, and in fact, they're actually very busy. They ask us to do the follow-ups in the county, and we do that for them, but we would prefer to do it with a mental health professional. But having said that, we would have sent like 800, we would have responded to 800 calls, and those calls are distributed not necessarily evenly, but across the county in the 3 areas. So that's why we wanted to have one team in each area. And like the judge said earlier, if those 800 calls were all serious, we would divert them. Hopefully, the goal would be to divert them from jail in the first place, and receiving, hopefully ending up with as good of results as the PD has. Last year they say like I said, they diverted 928 people from going to the hospital. They avoided 702 use of force incidents. They say they reduced recidivism by 226 of those calls. And again, to check on everybody in the 3 different areas is why we said we needed a team of 3. If I don't want to say one's okay, but I mean, if you want to start we'd have 1 and go to all areas of town on a call out basis, we could do that. And just before it goes to a final, vote or whatever, the sheriff just wanted to ensure that he put the concept out there so that the court as a whole could vet it and decide if there was support behind it or not. Because, I'm just saying, like, to try to insinuate we're trying to force something, that's not the case. We're just putting it out there so that the court can decide if it's something they want to pursue. We always intended on pursuing this. We have stats from NAMI and stuff. But again, with everything that's going on, we just put the option out there. We could certainly start with 1 if that was going to be like, go with 1 and we'll see what happens. And then we could certainly report back. But like I said, we vetted our calls. Our intent would be to send this unit to all 800 of them. And That's certainly a lot of work for one. And again, it's in 3 different areas, and timely is certainly very important in these kinds of calls, in these types of cases.
Well, I was thinking
Commissioner Leon?
Commissioner Robinson, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Well, no, what I was going to say, I look at it as a starting point, but basically what I heard just now is that when we say talking about data, there is data. Maybe we say that, well, it's not El Paso County, but the city of El Paso is part of El Paso County. So to a certain point, there is data already as a start point.
Chief, I was going to ask you, is there
yes, sir.
Is there anything wrong with doing a pilot program, not necessarily to try to get every, all the entire county? And I know it's difficult to choose the like where and when, or there might be some why here, why not there kind of thing. But sometimes pilot programs actually just could take one area where maybe it's a little bit more critical and do that. Because I think if you do it in a way that you're going to try to cover the entire county, I think it's not going to, not be as efficient, and then it's going to be more room for error and more vulnerability, and then the program won't look as good as saying we get a particular area, and and I will defend it that, hey, this is a pilot program. Pilot programs don't always go wide; they go narrow, and maybe try it from that perspective. But I wouldn't feel good about trying to do a small program, but the entire county, because I think we'll sort of fail, and then it won't be as successful as just taking a particular area and then going that route. I think we've talked enough about it, and I'd like to just get an understanding from the Commissioners Court as to what's the consensus as to what we want to do here.
Judge.
Commissioner Leon?
Yes, Judge, thank you. And I guess it goes back to, in my mind, from what I saw personally in prior years, that the offender or the person in question has to survive that initial contact with law enforcement to be able to go to be prosecuted, or to be able to go into the public defender's office and be defended, or be diverted at a future time to the mentally where you can get some help. I really would like to see the 3-team effect, because timing is so critical. You can get there 1 minute late and it's too late. The tragedy has occurred. So I think I appreciate what you're saying, Judge, that maybe start off with one, but it could mean the difference of success or failure because of the time spent in travel. I'm still in favor of the 3-team project. I know that one team, it would probably work, Judge. It would probably work, but the work probably leaves too much of a question mark where it may cost somebody's life. So my recommendation is to go with the 3, and let's see where we can find that funding.
Is that a motion, Commissioner, or excuse me, Commissioner Stout, please?
I just have a question for Chief Whitten. So the original proposal was for 12 teams?
Yes, sir. And so that would be, it's kind of like the PD model. So 12 teams allows for 24/7 coverage, 365 days a year. And each team, so there's 2 teams on days, for example, 2 teams on nights in every area. Because they work 12-hour shifts, right? So they give you 84 hours of coverage in 2 weeks. So there's not a minute that they're not working. So the 12 teams again is 24/7 coverage, 365.
So that would be 2 teams.
I'm sorry, sir.
2 teams in each area, you said?
For each 12-hour period.
Okay.
That's how it turns into
So
12. Yes, sir.
So if you go down to 3 teams, what would be the amount of time that would be covered? I mean, would it be down to like 8 hours a day or 4 hours a day? What
Actually, yeah. So you're right. It would be 40 hours a week, and either depending on which side of town, we would schedule them based on the how the calls dictate. So possibly 10-hour days or possibly 5 8-hour days. Yes, sir.
Okay. And how would we, I guess, figure out what 8 hours of the day they would be on and off?
So again, our dispatch center logs every single call we get. So we would determine by area when the call volume is the most heaviest, and assign them as that dictates. But again, the other team, the reason, and I mean, I'm not advocating, I'm just saying, it just the bigger the team, that allows for more intense follow-up. So our goal is to not put them in the first place, to keep them out and to ensure that they don't engage in any type of conduct that would land them in jail. Make sure they take their meds or they do their follow-up, or just develop relationships. But again, the 3 team would be 1 team in each area. I think it would be a great start. We could still certainly assign every type of call that we identify to this team, and then report back what the results are.
Yeah, I mean, okay. And for the six team option, we would have coverage for over how much time?
Right. So the 6-team option provided for 12 hours of coverage, 365 days a year. And again, we would, determine that 12 hours again based on the call load and the need.
Okay. So the original proposal for the 12 team proposal, the price tag was 2.2 million, I believe. Why is it only 563,000 to cut it in half?
Judge, commissioners, if I may. So
yes,
we have a spreadsheet. Sorry, go ahead, Chief.
No, I'm good. I'm good. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So the sheriff is proposing to use some existing positions and use some existing resources to help offset the cost. I will tell you, I do still feel like we need an opportunity to review even these reduced models, and that's why I'm asking it be set aside in contingencies. We would not bring this back within like a week. This would take some serious review. The vetting process that we go through normally, like we did last year for the 48 hours, you may recall you all set aside the money and budget. HR went and reviewed the positions and made sure the pay grades were right and that the benefits were calculated correctly. The equipment, I'll give you one example in this. Chief Whitten knows this. I've already asked, are you sure this is enough money for the cars? He budgeted $20,000 per car. I know equipping those cars and the base model car for a sedan is $22,000. That's why I'm saying we need a little bit of time to analyze this. And I'm suggesting you put aside $300,000 for a 3-team model, if that's the model you want to go with. But staff would go work with the sheriff's department, make sure it covers the cost of training, whether we bring a trainer in or send people to training, that it includes the right level of positions. I do believe that this also includes helping EHN, which was not in the model that was presented to the court earlier in the week. So this is a varied model, and we would bring it back with full detail like we did on the magistration, showing you who's getting what positions, how much they would cost, what the equipment cost would be, things of that nature.
Judge, having heard that,
go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
Commissioner Stott, I'm sorry, Commissioner Stott was speaking.
Commissioner Stott?
No, I was just saying thank you.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Leon?
Thank you, Betsy. And I'd like to make a motion that we go with the 3-team model and set aside $300,000 in the budget as we move forward.
Second.
And Judge, just before we vote, I mean, to me, I could get behind a pilot program because it's clear that there's a lot of questions that are asked. I mean, look, and moving forward, I mean, you all are the ones going to have to deal with the era of revenue caps, but ultimately, these types of very difficult decisions are going to have to be made. I mean, ideally, would we like the 6 teams? That'd be great. But the reality is that there's going to be so many competing interests to ensure that we're providing the level of service, of excellent service that we are in all aspects in all departments moving forward. But I think, going to just 3 teams, a model is almost going into implementation. I could support a pilot program, but the 3-team model, I couldn't. So, if there's any support for that, I'm all for it. So to give staff the adequate opportunity, because as you can see from this conversation, we're having a lot of discussion about the basic tenets and merits of a program like this. But we're already with this vote, going towards implementation of a program in 3 teams that our staff doesn't have any data on, that has not been vetted. The Commissioner's Court hasn't been provided data. We haven't had an opportunity to vet it. I would support a pilot program to set funding aside for a full year. And that's the second point I'd like to make is also just be cautious with programs like this. Don't analyze something just for 6 months of implementation, which is what we're being shown what 6 months cost. Starting next year, I mean, you're with the era of revenue caps, it's very important to get the full year's cost of everything from personnel to operating to equipment and capital costs for major programs like this. But going in and half-heartedly implementing something with 3 teams implementation based on no data, I don't think is the right way to go about it. I could support a pilot program that would adequately give our staff an opportunity to fairly assess this program. So, I mean, if there's any support for that. But if this vote is for a 3-team effort, no, I think there needs to be more careful vetting of that. So I'd vote no.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
I think we should look at a little more information on all the options on the 6 and on the 3, and if we're talking about not having enough information, I think we should give ourselves the opportunity to have EHN come in and work with EHN and the sheriff's office to talk about the benefits of the program, which I think you'll see them, but it's obvious that that folks feel like they don't have enough information for that, and so I'm going to vote no.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Just one more comment before voting. I do think that we still have an opportunity see how maybe emergence can also help. Maybe there's things that Betsy can still look at. I think there's a lot of things that we could do. It's not like we're just going to just jump in and do it. I think there's some things that we can enhance, that we could look at, we can vet, and we could, be flexible as we move forward. So I'll vote aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, Judge, Commissioners, Miguel, if we can go back to the slides, please.
Just a second, I just want to thank the chief for his time. I don't know if he's already off. But thank you for your time and
thank you all so much. Thank you very much.
Okay, you take care. Thank you. Go ahead, Betsy. I'm sorry.
Judge. Yes, sir. No problem. Thank you. Sorry for jumping ahead. The next item is the digital library. The court had asked that we look at the digital library to see, we do not have this in the budget at all at this moment. Judge, you asked if CARES Act funds can help with this project to increase connectivity and communication. We will not be able to fully vet this in time to make that recommendation today. We are, if you put money in the budget, CARES Act funds can't be used to replace it. So CARES Act funding, this was in the budget. We cut it mid-year to meet the expected revenue declines due to COVID-19. If we put it back in the budget, CARES Act funds definitely could not be used. However, if you don't put it in the budget, we can continue to look at the model and see if there's any way we could change it that would make it responsive to COVID-19 and give legal a chance to review it. But our legal team and our internal team have not had the opportunity that it would take to do some real research to say if there's any way to change the model of digital library to make it more COVID-19 responsive.
Okay. Well, that's fair. I mean, we're not looking at it right now, but that you continue to look at it as a model that would be, in alignment for CARES Act. I mean, I think that's the way I would go. Is not now, but if you could keep looking at that opportunity. I still feel, I mean, I don't see it too much of a stretch because, we need to communicate. We're having a difficult time. We know one of the biggest challenges is when we talk to people, they don't know half of what's going on. And so there's got to be some other form. It's not working. I can tell you the communication process with our community at this time is not working. And the reason I can tell you that is because of the response that they have to some of the things that, the young adults, we know that by surveys that they're looking at Netflix and they're looking at other things that they're on their computer and not on TV. They're not watching before you get on the news, and boy, you could just get all the information out there. Everybody would be looking at 6 o'clock news and 10 o'clock news, and that's not happening. So we have to figure a new way, and it's got to be within that realm of technology. And so I don't see it as that far of a stretch, but you guys are very creative. Everybody's very creative about how do we position it to show a direct relationship with our efforts to fight COVID. So anyway, I don't know, commissioners, what are your thoughts?
Judge, my thoughts are, this is not in the budget right now, is it?
No, sir.
No.
Wally?
And
the
digital
digital library program. The digital library program is not. We still have the digital librarian on the staffing table. So if we are not going to fund it, I would ask that we remove the digital librarian from the staffing table as well.
See, what I'm not clear on is the actual amount. I know we had talked about, maybe it's just my error, but I thought we'd spoken about 75,000. So the amount in my mind is not solid. And as I understood it, it was only the tip of the iceberg. As we move into the future, it's going to be a lot more. So I'm not clear of the total impact on our budget.
Judge.
The amount we had budgeted for FY 2020 that we froze was for the digital librarian and the startup operating cost, which was approximately 6 months. So if you look at a whole year impact, it's closer to $600,000.
Commissioner Perez, go ahead.
Judge, well, this is kind of an example of what I had mentioned that, we've been talking about a digital library for years. We've been talking about the digital divide and trying to resolve the digital divide and providing broadband access. And for years, I mean, it's unfortunately we don't have the infrastructure in place because it really could have come in handy, for a pandemic. But that's why it is we try to vet these things as far in advance as possible. I mean, I wouldn't give up on the idea of this concept because I think the pandemic has demonstrated just how dependent we are on technology, particularly in a pandemic like this. Like I said, I wish that, had we been successful in allocating the funds, years ahead of time, perhaps we would have had more infrastructure in place. But I mean, we can just definitely see the need for it. So if the digital librarian is there, I mean, I would at least encouraged to have that person start building the infrastructure necessary, because that's really what it's about is providing the quality of access. And it's very important, I think, as we've seen in recent things. So I wouldn't cut the position. That's already in the budget. And just to be clear, I mean, these funds were previously in the budget, but it was something that we gave up during the budget cuts. And that's where, I think when we're looking to restore some of the things it is that we cut, it may not be in the budget, but at least there was a line item for it previously. But that's one of the things that we had to sacrifice. And so as we consider any new programs, in addition to what we've proposed before, I mean, these are the competing interests that are going to be very difficult to manage. But I still support the idea. I mean, the court was very supportive of it in years past. It's just, it's one of those things that got sacrificed during the year.
Thank you, Commissioner. Betsy, we have an example, sort of conceptually, when we did the animal service, that we didn't have everything we needed, but we felt that if we got the individual, that would help us really understand our direction. And how do you feel about what's happened by getting a person first and then let that person build up, sort of what Commissioner Perez was suggesting?
I don't have a problem, and I think it's to leave it in the budget is fine. But to hire a person, my thoughts are the difference with animal welfare is we had a budget for them to work with. If you hire somebody and there's no budget for them to implement any of the plans, I think that's difficult. And unless we're willing to commit to funding in the next fiscal year and have them come on some point in the year to create those plans for the coming year. Is that what you're thinking, Judge?
Well, yeah, that's what I didn't know if there was, you've already explained a little bit of a difference between our animal services and this one, of having a little bit more of a budget versus just a person. Because if it's just a person, I think it's something that, and I hate to be putting things back on your, on your table, but it's almost like without the budget, it'd be better to look at it from, how viable is it? What are we going to do? And sort of construct it internally and then look for someone. Whereas we have a budget, if we agree on the position, I think then we do have to agree on the money for that person to be able to move properly and do the right things. So I was thinking, I forgot about the fact that there was not just a position, but additional money to actually develop the program. I was just trying to find that connectivity to what we did, because I think it's been successful.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Judge, it sounds like it's more of a strategic planning item. I would just encourage the court just not to, let this fall off the radar, but, continue to see whatever avenues we can to pursue it. Again, it was something that we saw significant value last year, and I think it would have been very timely had we been able to follow through, but it's unfortunate the effects that the pandemic had, but, on critical programs like this, I think would have definitely served to benefit during the pandemic.
Absolutely.
It sounds like it's kind of still on the strategic planning priorities list, but so I hear Betsy's concern about funding somebody with no budget. That wouldn't kind of set up the program for failure.
Mm-hmm. Consensus at this time? Any comments?
Betsy, we still have the $75,000 in the budget?
We still have a position in the budget. And if the court does not act, we would remove that position from if the court doesn't establish a funding source for the operations, we would remove the position, which would be a savings on our budget register. We should have removed the position in our proposed budget, and then that would have been the whole $300,000. But we didn't do that, and so we will remove the position if the court does not want to establish the operations.
I'm on the same thought process as Commissioner Perez that we still have to, I think the court still needs to be very interested in this aspect, especially in the outlying areas of our county where those families don't have access to Wi-Fi. And I don't know what the bare minimum would be to hire a person and get the immediate funding that that person would need in the first year at least. I have no idea how much that would cost.
Betsy, can you supply that?
We
or
did that.
Is that something you got to look at?
That was what we did last
Okay,
year,
Betsy.
and this is the bare minimum. Our team looked at the types of memberships that we would need to purchase into to have access to digital books and the minimum supplies to get this program started. And I think you may recall, even last year I said, like, this is the minimum. This is the startup. This program to really get off and be successful and grow will eventually require additional infusion. But to get started for half of a year, we're talking $300,000. A full year may not be a full double $600,000 because some of those memberships would not be half cost. But $300,000 is the minimum to get this really launched at a half point, mid-year point.
Judge?
Yes, sir. Commissioner Stout?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this again is one of those areas where we need to really concentrate on investing in education, training. You know, this has so many different you know, would have so many different impacts. It would have impacts on, you know, education has impact on the economy. It has impacts on you know, public safety. It has impacts on you know, people's mobility. It has impacts on, you know, people's you know, just there's just so many factors, and it is something that we've been talking about for a long time, and I think that, you know, again, the times that we're in right now just underscore the vast need for investment in these types of programs, and you know, I think we should try to continue to fund this. You know, this is could have great impacts on the future of the community that's going to benefit from this.
Thank you, Commissioner. And yeah, you know, being in the midst of this and having trying to figure out how to do things right, and the community not being connected to them properly has been very frustrating. And Commissioner Perez, very, well said. This would have really would have helped us if we had that bigger base, technology base. It would have been contribute tremendously. So I'm very supportive of if the commissioners feel that I think it's very related to COVID, and maybe even further we could enhance it by finding out that I think if we put it together by having funding it, I think we have a better chance to show that model which should be covered by the CARES Act. The other way, I don't think we have a chance in the world to say, hey, we'd like to do this. We're not really doing it, but we'd like to do this. Would you help us? Versus showing how it is a direct impact on COVID and how we're reducing and being able to communicate. That's been the biggest challenge, is communication. And I don't know, Betsy, from the task force, communication has been one of the big elements of the task force, and not finding a lot of solutions to that communication challenge.
Yes, sir. And I will tell you, if Commissioners Court, I do believe initially, once we go back and do some more analysis and look at our model, and look at how it also is used as a communication tool in the outlying communities, how we can make sure there's feeds into the digital equipment. Those types of things, I do believe we will be able to find some offset with CARES Act funds for this initial startup if the court does want to proceed this year. But there would need to be some general fund funding as well if the court wanted to proceed, because not all of the needed purchases would qualify for CARES Act funding, such as subscription to digital books. That wouldn't necessarily be directly COVID-19 related.
And I know this is a little different, but when you talk about the area of communication, our lack of having a PIO has been extremely critical. You know, it's just been, the city has 5 verses. They always tell me, ask your PIO. And I said, I don't know. I think it's Nicole in part-time. I think it's Betsy. I think it's Eric. I think it's, but we don't have. So I don't know if you could combine the two or. Go ahead, Betsy.
And that is still funded in the budget, Judge. We are working on that recruitment. It is moving, but it's not finished yet. We've been juggling that between our COVID response and budget, but we are working on getting that finalized.
Is there any correlation between what we're talking about and the PIO that we need to understand? Is there any connectivity to, or is it two separate items?
I believe they're separate. There will be areas where they can work together, but I do think the digital library is a different concept from the PIO, which would be an overall ongoing, and the COVID communication would be part of what the PIO did, but not directly digital library. They may use the digital library as a communication tool, but I don't think it would be directly connected all the time.
Yeah, it would be a resource for the PIO, in other words. Okay.
Yes,
well, comments. Looks like we might be moving in the direction of figuring out how to keep this program. Is that the consensus? Commissioner Wally, I hear you, or I see you. I think you're muted.
I just unmuted myself. Yes, sir. So the position, since we froze the budget and deferred the program during 2020, the position remained on the staffing table and had been funded as such until such time the program was deleted. So we have $99,581 in the budget. That's just below $75,000 for salaries and the related fringe benefits. When the department had submitted their request for the department being through Ms. Irene for the digital library program for fiscal year 21, the total impact was $356,900. So if the court wanted to fund it as originally suggested, based off of the scoring of the position during the fiscal year, the amount we would, if the court wanted to consider it, is $257,355 to bring this to the full first year minimal operating. That includes operating equipment for their technological needs, the lease of the appropriate software to access the digital library, and the digital tools of about $155,000, and then a small amount for operation expense and software maintenance. So the total the court would consider, if it were, that I would suggest, is $257,355.
Betsy, were you nodding no, or did I?
I'm concerned. I'd like to look at that, because I know that there was also retrofitting a bus, and I just want to make sure that all of that's included. But I definitely think we could use partial CARES funds for some of the digital access, like hotspots, devices, but we would really need some time. I reached out to the department and to legal about that assessment, and especially legal, who was, Christina, I don't know if you want to comment on this, but we would need some time to do that assessment.
Right. I mean, you know, and I struggle with this. We always have this topic of, like, you know, whether or not CARES Act funds could be used for a certain program. And really, this isn't any different. With any assessment as it pertains to CARES Act, we have the guidance that's there. And on some of it, it is very clear. And in other circumstances, It is not. And so you really are running into potential risks. And so with that said, I would like the opportunity to really understand and know how this is going to be directly related and fits those prongs under the CARES Act provisions. And so we do need that time to figure that out. As is right now, at least as I understand the concept for this digital library, it does not qualify for CARES Act funds. And that is my legal assessment and how I look at it. But again, that's not to say what could possibly be developed or looked at. We can certainly do that assessment at that time. But at this time, it would not be appropriate to do that allocation completely for this. But we will continue to work with staff to make that assessment as they develop it.
And I think we were in agreement, Christina, that we would look at it independent, that it would be hopefully kind of thing. We're going to look at it, and I think we like it without the funding or the CARES Act, and then we would develop it, and that would be like an enhancement if that were a capability, and also that we'd probably have a better chance of starting the program and then creating a model that fits into the CARES Act instead of. So I would approach it more, if we're willing as a court to go forward, that we would do it independent of the CARES Act, but do it because we think it's something, as Commissioner Perez said, the court had been very supportive of it. We've delayed it. We saw that it would have been great during the pandemic. And so remember, we're having another, challenge in November, a combination of COVID and a horrific flu season that's going to be very difficult and much more communication. So I don't know. I'd like to see it. Hopefully that we do get the CARES funding, but not necessarily do it because we are or not going to get the CARES funding.
But Judge.
Go ahead, Commissioner Perez.
I just had a question regarding. So this actually was programmed in the budget last year, and so, but only the position remains. I guess of all the cuts that were made mid-year, how is it that y'all went about, I guess, determining which ones would go back into the budget and which ones wouldn't, or were they all cut from the budget?
So based on what was cut in late fiscal year 20 recently as for part of the economic downturn, we went through those and we looked at which ones were ongoing policy matters, such as stormwater, economic impact fund. We put those back in at a reduced rate, knowing that those were an ongoing project that had been continuing. Then we looked at the items that had been continued and whether the departments had met the cuts already. This particular one, we had not added back in because we wanted to have the conversation with the court. There were a couple others that we did not put back in. Give me just a second, I can pull what those are. But that's basically, we were just looking at which items had been ongoing and which ones had not.
And from the list that we discussed yesterday, items such as the cross-border and the action items you took on yesterday were the other ones we had not placed back in.
The ones that we had not started.
Correct, binational, cross-border, those types.
Well, I guess maybe we can just put a placeholder on 300,000 and discuss it along when we go over the register. With that. I don't know, Judge, or unless you want to take a vote to move it along.
Yeah. What is the favor of the rest of the commissioners? I'd like to do that, Commissioner Perez.
Well, I mean, it's if the court feels it's. I mean, I think it is an important infrastructure item. Again, it kind of goes just to the very basic infrastructure that I think county should be providing. It's just as, I mean, if not more important than things like parks and other things that are important to quality of life, and we have recognized and put it in our budgets in previous years. But again, it's one of those difficult decisions that had to be made with the COVID crisis. But I mean, I continue to favor and I see the need for the infrastructure now more than ever. I think it's something that we should continue, or or if the court wishes to put it at the, along with the budget register. But that's where I think a lot of things get get cut. So,
Judge, I agree with Commissioner Pettis' recommendation.
To put it on the register?
Right.
Okay. Commissioner Stout?
That's fine with me.
Okay. Commissioner Robinson?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I'm okay with that.
Okay. And so am I. So let's go in that direction. Thank you, commissioners.
Judge, commissioners, I'm going to turn it over to Wally for the tax rate discussion. I need to excuse myself for an important short meeting with some employees. If you could give me just a little bit, I'm going to turn it over to Wally and I'll be right back.
Okay. Thank you, Betsy. Go ahead, Wally.
The next item I wanted to go into prior to having the tax rate discussion was other budget matters, but for that discussion, I'd like us to flip over to the register because it's a very relevant discussion at this time. So Miguel, if you'll go over to the register screen, please.
And Wally, are you still working out of item 4 or are you at 5? Where
yes. Yes, sir. We're still working through item 4, sir.
Okay.
All of this morning's discussion is item 4. So from the register from prior meetings, you still see the elimination of the district clerk's positions, the van pool which was eliminated. I've thrown in the action taken a little bit earlier this morning on the CIT, the $300,000 to assess those mental health needs. Digital library, I have right now the amount that's the balance of what the department had requested, and I'm down on row 37, column I, for discussion purposes, Miguel and Alexis, because they're tracking me online. The digital library, I don't know if the court wanted to move the balance of the departmental request or just put in $300,000, but for discussion purposes, I'll put in $300,000 right now. And you'll see the moving fund balance down here at the bottom. Miguel, if you'll go further down so we can be right there. Go 2 clicks up. 2 rows up, and that way they see all actions taken to date and the effect on the bottom line fund balance reserve. Perfect. So at the top 2 rows are action we took in meetings earlier this week, adding the $300,000 for the mental health assessment, $300,000 for digital library. I have 2 other items for discussion before we get to tax rate, and we have these discussions every year. So from the time that we are preparing the budget and give instructions to departments through the commissioner's agenda, other items are taking place which will impact future years' budgets. That includes award of contracts, personnel changes that are approved by county administration, which the court ratifies. When we make final assessments on utilities and phone cost, we may have small tweaks we do to the budget for those recommendations. So the 2 items I have sitting on the right-hand column, the $196,249, I have it on there just so it's for illustrative purposes only, but we have a current sheriff's communications budget, and I am suggesting, and I want the court's approval to move $196,249 out of the sheriff's communication budget to the general administrative general fund. We have a contract a longstanding contract with the city of El Paso for the oversight and management of our P25 radio system. I just recently received feedback from the city CFO on the amount for our 2021 obligation for our share of the P25 contract that they oversee. Our share is about 16 or 18% of that radio contract. However, before I reduce the budget by this amount, our communication team from sheriffs, along with the budget analyst for sheriff, reached back out to the city to confirm that amount. We had to play a catch up in fiscal year 2020, if you recall, or 2019, and we had a significant outlay in communications to the amount of almost $400,000. So before I outright reduce that budget, I feel more comfortable moving that to contingencies for the time being. If by the time that we adopt the budget on September 18th, I get a positive confirmation and absolute confidence from the city that that's our billable for the P25 program, when we adopt the budget, I'll remove that portion. For the time being, I'd like to move it out of Sheriff's Communications and to General Administrative so I don't inadvertently reduce the budget by too great. That's action number one. The other line that you see under here that I would like to get your affirmative action on today as well before we go into a tax rate discussion are other budget matters that we have come across similar to what I just spoke about, which I'm asking the court to allow me to reduce the budget by $511,482. And that is under the El Paso County Mobility Program. We were able to successfully wrap up the agreement for, let me pull my other worksheet up so I'm speaking to this, for the county's subdivision design and standards and subdivision order. So that contract has been entered into and the purchase order has been issued for $500,000. So that makes up a majority of that $500,000 reduction. We had originally suggested to carry those dollars over because it was pending when this budget preparation was being made for you. Now that that transaction has been consummated and the encumbrance has been made, we can comfortably reduce the budget by $500,000 for that contract. In addition, those small adjustments for communications, software contracts that the court has approved, utilities, and personnel changes that have either been approved by the court or by county administration as an additional $11,000 reduction. So what I'd like to do, and as for illustrative purposes, is move that $511,000 budget reduction, which me and my team feel very comfortable with. And that would put your register right now at a fund balance estimated reserve at about 9.8%, 0.2% below what has typically been our model of having a 10 to 15% reserve position. With that, I'm available for any questions, and there's your impact that library would have and the reduction we're suggesting for offsets to the items I just spoke to.
Thank you, Wally. Very important. Commissioner Robinson, go ahead.
On the other budget matters,
yes, sir.
It came to my attention in regards to the constables. They had some discussion with Betsy, and I don't know, I'm not sure if Wally was included or not, in regards to some issues that they had, and they were given the impression that they would be allowed to present during the budget hearing. So I'd like to get a clarification on that and give them an opportunity, not to say that we're going to change anything, but they were given the impression that they submitted the information for some of the issues and needs that they have. So I feel they should be given an opportunity to address their concerns.
Judge, Commissioners, I do have Ms. Melissa Castillo online as well. She has been evaluating the constable regrade request and can speak to you as to the current status of that and the discussions she has had with the constables as well. Ms. Castillo?
Well, not just the regrade, but also there was some equipment issues.
Is the equipment issues you're referring to? So we met all their approved authority that the court gave us during a meeting 2 months ago during special session to equip them with the tools that they needed to be responsive for the assistance they're providing related to COVID-19, the trailer, the cones, all of that whole equipment package. That had moved forward. The court had not given us direction yet, and I know the additional component, and Ms. Keller had sent you a highlight on that here recently, was their desire to also equip themselves with some amounts of reactive gear for any riot situations that came up, like specifically to be able to react to an event such as August 3rd.
Your things ready? You're gonna go check. Your teacher's gonna do a walkthrough to try it out.
Melissa, you need to mute yourself for a second. Okay, you got it?
I muted her.
So that
Good morning.
Is that the equipment you were referring to, Commissioner Robinson?
I just would, while I'd like to clarify, you know, I'm sort of a little bit of the culprit in this, the constables wanting to present. My idea, just to be clear, is that when I talked to Constable Ugarte and Garcia, that they'd be given the opportunity to explain not necessarily the grade and directed at salary, but my understanding was that he wasn't sure, both of them weren't sure that we understood the complexity of the constables, the complexity of what they do and, what they're having to do during COVID. And I thought it'd be, when anybody wants to approach Commissioner's Court to give us a better understanding of things that are in the budget. My understanding wasn't they're going to direct directly to say this is the grade and this is where we should be, but that they understand we know that and that you're going to be very, you're going to explain that to us as well. But they just wanted to more the nuances and the things, the support that they have for our community, the things they've been doing, especially with the food bank and all the things that they have to do within their duties. So just to clarify that was my idea of the presentation, but not present something with respect to the salary grades, because that's something you have already been doing for a long time, and I didn't want to I'd like for you to present it based on what you've had that discussion, and not get into a salary discussion with the constables when they've had so much interaction with you and HR. So just to clarify. Thank you, Melissa. Go ahead, Melissa.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Melissa Carrillo with Human Resources. Judge, you're correct. We have been working with, I've been working personally closely with Constable Ugarte over the past few months regarding a constable salary study that would impact all deputy constables and deputy sergeant constables. We had a short presentation to him in July. He gave some of his feedback, and we went back to look at that some more. And I have a scheduled meeting with all constables next week to kind of relay the outcome of that study and what the plan is to use FY20 personnel contingencies, which is why this matter was not brought before budget, because this project would not be seeking new budget funds. It's actually based on personnel contingencies that we had identified to help us achieve the mission of this project. However, from what I understand, and Judge Samaniego, you're correct, Constable Ugarte still would like an opportunity to present to the court because they do not believe our assessment and the approach we're taking with this salary study is taking into mind every facet that they want to make sure the court understands, especially with regard to deputy constable versus deputy sheriff pay here in El Paso. And so I absolutely told him in a conversation last night that should he wish to approach the court, that's absolutely up to the court during these budget times. And if the court would like to hear from the constables, I believe we would just need to notify them so that they can be invited to this call and present whatever it is that they wish for the court to further consider. I also have a presentation that I'd be happy to share with you. It's the presentation I was going to share with them next week. But of course, however the court would like to hear this information, I'd be happy to oblige.
Yeah, he is on the, Constable Ugarte is on the line, but just wanted to know, I thought we had scheduled it for later this afternoon. I just want to make sure that's clear. Am I correct in that they are scheduled for this afternoon? Wally?
Yeah, Judge, our hopes, we could go ahead and bring the constable in for discussion probably after executive session, perhaps. I know when we come up close to 12 o'clock, we were going to take a short break after we have a tax rate discussion, a short break. And then I believe when we open up at 1 o'clock, the intent of the court was to go into executive session to discuss elected officials. And then after we came out of executive session, then we would have covered everything we needed to for the day and would allow us to receive some information from the constables. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. Court. This is Constable Oscar Ugarte. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Constable.
Hello? Yes, sir.
Constable, we can
the
hear
reason
you.
I wanted to address, yes, the reason I wanted to address the Commissioner's Court, there's several items that I had communicated with county administration that we needed funds for. And some of the items, after speaking with county administration, they advised that it would need a Commissioner's Court approval, such as the crowd control equipment for each deputy, the replacement of ballistic vests. Our ballistic vests are currently expired. They have a 5-year lifespan, and currently we're wearing expired vests. And then if you recall the last time that I approached Commissioner's Court, I did talk about compensating the constables with overtime, and Betsy was supposed to bring back a proposal on for an overtime budget, yearly overtime budget for constables. I have ran reports from last year and the previous year on the comp time that is accrued by my deputies. So I do have a proposal on how much time per deputy should be allocated. And also, as well, like Melissa mentioned, yes, I've been discussing a salary study with Human Resources, and it's the same salary study that I presented individually to each commissioner last year in May before Commissioners Court. Unfortunately, Commissioners Court was not able to take this item and take action. So it's not something that, I'm just trying to bring up today and take action on. I emailed and gave a presentation to Betsy Caller, Melissa Carrillo, and each individual commissioner on the salary study that I had worked on. Me and Melissa don't have the same views on how we should be compensated. So, I believe we need to bring it up to Commissioners Court. Ms. Carrillo is preparing a presentation next week, but it's different from the proposal that I had recommended. And when I spoke with her last night, she said, if we don't agree on the proposal, obviously we will need to take it to Commissioners Court so they can take action on it, since we don't have the funds available. And that's what I have for Commissioners Court. I have 4 items that I would like to discuss. And like Judge, when you told me yesterday, it caught me off guard, and it was surprising when you said, well, tomorrow's the last day for budget. And so I had brought up all these items to county administration, and so I thought I was going to have an opportunity to address the court, since it needed a court approval for these items that I'm requesting for all deputy constables across the county. So I would like the opportunity in the afternoon.
Yeah, Constable, you are scheduled, according to what we just said, is that not now, but I'm glad you voiced your comments, but you are scheduled for later this afternoon to make a presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the time, sir. And if somebody can give me a call and give me a heads up so I can log in. Right now I was just listening and they brought me in, but I was able to connect right away. So if you can give me at least 20 minutes, 15 minutes, so I can call in and be ready to present to Commissioners Court.
Absolutely.
I'd be happy to
Melissa,
do that,
you'll help out with
Got
that?
it.
Oh, thank you, Melissa. Appreciate it. Well, okay, be careful, be safe out there, Constable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning. This is Constable Javier Garcia. Good morning, Commissioners and County Judge. I would also be like to be notified when this item goes, so I can speak also with Constable Ugarte, if that's possible.
Yes, sir. We will notify both of you with a little bit of lead time before we wrap that up for the final action of the day.
Yes, and also, go ahead,
morning.
Noe.
This is Sergeant Noe Juarez from Precinct Number 4. I'm calling on behalf of Constable Aguilar. I'd also like to be notified, please.
Yes, Wally, sir. We will do so,
Wally,
Mr. Juarez.
Wally?
Wally, you're muted.
I didn't know who the last person who spoke was. That Constable Juarez. Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
So,
thank you. Okay, we're ready for
with
this
that, Judge.
afternoon.
If we can go back to the register, and my team just gave me an update on the software. I missed one of the software updates. You had approved a software agreement for your Public Works for El Paso, the EPCMP program that I missed in my formula. That's now a revised number. So that reduction to the budget overall is $479,903. It did change the fund balance reserve by 0.1%. So I would ask for the consideration if you've yet to take action on the digital library, but now you can see what the impact is for the digital library and our suggested recommendations for the reductions related to El Paso Mobility Project, communications, software, IT, and our personnel changes that have been approved since we filed this budget. Discussion on the library. Would you like to include that appropriation for $300,000?
I'll move to approve that, please.
Where are we?
I
Just want to
move
make
to
sure
approve
we're.
that, please. Did y'all hear me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't hear Wally. It broke off a little bit right before he.
Oh, I'm sorry. So yes, I was asking for if the court wanted to consider the addition of the $300,000 for the digital library, and I heard a motion from Commissioner Stout.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Could I receive consideration from the court? This is budget neutral, but to move the $196,249 from the sheriff communication account to the general administrative contingency until we get a final accounting on the P25 software. This is neutral for the time being.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. And my team will work to get a final accounting on that, along with Sheriff's Communication and the City of El Paso and their IT department. And when we file this budget and report for the adoption on the 14th, we'll ratify the final recommendation. Lastly, I'd like to ask for the court's consideration to reduce the budget by a total of $479,903 for the items that we mentioned under the El Paso Mobility Program, our communications, software, utilities, and personnel changes that have been filed since this package was presented to you.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez,
Aye.
Commissioner Leon,
Aye.
Commissioner Stout,
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson,
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
So collectively to date, to give you a summary of where we are, you've reduced the budget through our hearings this week by $117,063. Our net estimated fund balance reserve currently, with the current fund balance provided by the auditor and revenue estimates from this last week, are at 9.79%. With that, I'd like to go back to the PowerPoint presentation, if you would, Miguel. So the last two items we had for discussion, one of which we would do before a short recess for lunch, Judge, would be the tax rate discussion. We have placed an item on your agenda, as has UMC, for Monday, for the court to consider the proposal of the current tax rates for both the UMC and El Paso County, and keeping both tax rates the same. We will, after Monday's, the items that are on the agenda, I would ask that the court consider taking action on those items after consent agenda. The reason being is we're required by Senate Bill 2 to publish that ad in the newspaper 5 days before the public hearing. And now, because of changes in Senate Bill 2, that public hearing has to take place within 7 days after your rate proposal. So we've already placed the ads, draft ads, with the El Paso Times, as has University Medical Center, and we're not able to finalize those until after you propose the tax rate on Monday. During Monday's item as well, during the proposal of each entity's tax rate, you'll also be publicly announcing the date for which you will have the public hearing to receive comment from both opponents and proponents of the proposed tax rate. That public hearing is being planned for Monday, August 24th at 5:30 p.m. Judge, this is also in relation to the request you had made through the governor's office to receive a waiver on the meeting having to occur in the county courthouse. Legal counsel prepared that for you. We've yet to receive a response from the governor's office on the waiver of the in-person meeting. So logistically, we'll be working with the county facilities, with your staff, with the county attorney's office, should that waiver be received prior to the hearing. However, at this point in time,
Wally, I spoke to him just to get you in the loop. I did speak to him yesterday about that. He said he hadn't seen the letter, but he was going to find the letter, and I was going to call his chief of staff because I know that it's timing, and the timing is very important. And so I'm trying to see if maybe today I can get a response for that. He wasn't, his focus is find ways to do it safe is more of his approach. So there might be a slim chance that he would concur with my request, because a lot of the things that he said were, we just have to start doing things and make them safe and make sure that we move forward. So I don't know if that was my answer, but I'll find out later today through his chief of staff as to whether he's inclined to move in that direction.
Great, thank you very much, sir. What we'll do though is based off of that, we're posting the notice that the meeting will be held in the county courthouse as it usually is, but also that the meeting is available on our YouTube channel, and that anyone who wants to participate in the meeting and make comments regarding the support or opposition for the tax rates also has the ability to interact with the elected body under the current model that we're doing now, which is our Teams calls and allowing people to call in and express their comments. So we're working on both avenues, both a virtual public hearing and also the in-place public hearing, should that be necessitated if the governor does not approve that. And that's after consulting with the county attorneys, of which has also Ms. Sanchez has consulted with the Metro 6 counties as well, and they're planning a similar strategy, and that is both online and on site if that is necessary. So we'll react accordingly to whatever the governor's response is. So I just wanted to apprise the court and also get a sense for where the court may be leading as far as your willingness, comments and concerns on the consideration of maintaining the current tax rate, much of which many of our bodies here in the community, cities, hospitals, community colleges are considering the same strategy, especially in light of the incredible uncertainties as to how prolonged the COVID-19 pandemic will be, and the elephant in the room, and that is the unpredictability of what the impact may be to each entity's revenue stream. So with that, I'd open it up just for a tax rate discussion prior to us adjourning for a short lunch break.
Commissioners?
Judge?
Yes, sir.
Just for clarity purposes, I mean, the current tax rate is near the high end of the 3.5% revenue cap already, right?
The M&O portion is, so interestingly enough, because we have indigent defense, that because we have a state paper-ready jail mandate, and because we have sales tax, it's not a pure 3.5%. So anyone looking at the no new revenue tax rate and multiplying it times 1.035 will clearly see that the difference between the no new revenue tax rate and the voter approval rate is actually 1.6%. The 3.5% is one line of a 60-line calculation on truth in taxation that multiplies the calculated M&O rate times 3.5%. But our current proposed rate, which is the current tax rate of 0.488997, is just marginally, nominally below the voter approval rate. About a half of 1 cent below that, sir. And that half of 1 cent, should we maintain the current tax rate, generate about an additional $2.3 million above Mr. Dion's current revenue estimate.
So how do you calculate, I guess, in relation to the 3.5% cap? I mean, so it's a little, I guess it's a lot more confusing this year than in years prior because of the new law. But I mean, it looks as though we're already just sort of like right at the cap, which ultimately I guess is a tax increase, which then results in a tax hearing and right and then I guess what is the no new revenue? I mean, you should have said on day one what the no new revenue rate would be, but I mean, this represents a tax increase of how much?
So it represents a tax increase of from the way that is now in Senate Bill 2, and you'll see it in the notice that is published. It represents an increase of 1.05%. It is, and like you mentioned, our no new revenue tax rate. And actually, Miguel, if you can pull up the presentation that's also on the backup titled the rolling presentation dated 8/6. And if you will go to slide number 12.
Stand by, please.
Just so that everyone can see exactly what's being spoken about.
Is that from yesterday's backup, Wally?
It's on every day's backup.
Okay, stand by.
And as Alexis is pulling that up, the no new taxes rate as calculated was 48.3 cents. The current tax rate is 48.8 cents, about a half cent higher, and the voter approval rate is 48.9 cents. But as mentioned, that small difference between the no new tax rate of a half a cent and the current tax rate is about an additional $2.3 million. And if you wanted to see for illustrative purposes what that additional $2.3 million would do overall to our budget, I can actually plug that into the register and you will see the net results at the bottom of the register. Did you find the PowerPoint, Alexis?
Not yet, sir. We're still looking for it. If you could just give us a few moments.
If it helps, the easiest way to find it is go to Tuesday with the budget item on item 4. And if you'll entertain me for a moment, I am going to silence one of my coworkers.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm back. Alexis, if you can't find it, I could screen share mine really fast.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna do a quick in the interest of time. I'm gonna do a quick screen share. Can everyone see that screen?
We can see it.
Judge, commissioners, can you see? All right, great.
Yeah.
So
there you go. Thank you.
As discussed, the no new taxes tax rate is 48.3 cents. Our current tax rate of 48.89, about a half cent more, and the voter approval rate, which is just a 1/10 of a cent higher than our current tax rate. So you're right, Commissioner. Our current tax rate is just marginally below the voter approval rate, and the voter approval rate would only generate an additional $200,000. The current tax rate would generate about $2.3 million above the no new taxes tax rate.
And Wally,
this is the slide.
That's your recommendation.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. That is your recommendation, the current?
Our recommendation and what this budget was proposed off of, Commissioner, was for the court to consider proposing the current tax rate of 0.488997, which represents this middle column. It is a defined tax increase. You can see taxes last year on the valued home at $635, taxes this year at $642. So it would be about a $6 impact or 57 cents a month.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Any additional questions or discussion from the court regarding the tax rate? item that's on for Monday?
Judge, you're muted, just to let you know.
No, just thank you, Wally. Appreciate your
Yes, sir.
presentation.
Yes, sir. With that, Judge, the only other two items we had, if you'll go back to the other PowerPoint, Miguel, that you had up prior to me pulling up the tax slides. Oh, would the court like to see the potential impact of the current tax rate on the register?
Absolutely.
Okay. Miguel, if you'll, let me go to the register real fast.
So you need the register?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me stop my screen share. My bad. Okay.
We have the register.
So for illustrative purposes and ease, I'm going to put this in as a negative expense, which is the equivalent of adding revenue to the stream, just so you can see it on the same page. So $2.317 million with the current tax rate would then take your reserve position from 9.82 to 10.51. So it'll affect the overall reserve position by about 0.7% and would bring us up closer into that 10 to 15% that is typically your target when we're in a fiscal budget discussion. So I just added, again, the equivalent of the current tax rate. Narrative here. I'll adjust it and put it in the right part of the presentation, but for ease and seeing everything on one screen, it just made more sense just to drop it right there. So that was the overview we had for you this morning, Judge. I don't know if you would like to take a lunch recess now, and then our plans were to open back up and go into executive session after we open the meeting back up at 1 p.m.
Yeah, I think that would be perfect. We can go from now till 10 till 1 so that we can take a little bit of time before we go into executive session.
Great.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. See you at 12:50.
Commissioners Court will recess until 12:50 p.m.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346th District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus to public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Okay, go ahead, Jessica.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into special open session. At this time, were we going to be going into executive session? Okay, would it be for only item number 8 or 6 as well?
Both, I believe.
Okay. Commissioners Court
Yes,
will
Jessica.
now recess into executive session to discuss item number 6. Pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code Section 152.013B, discuss and take action on the proposed annual salaries, expenses, or allowances for elected county and precinct officers for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2020. Any proposed salary or allowance increases will be published in a local newspaper of general circulation. These salaries and any proposed increases will take effect October 1st, 2020, and upon the adoption of the county budget. And we will also be going in for items number 8A and B. Pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074 and 551.071.
And just to be clear, for the first item, the regular agenda item, which was for the elected official salaries, that would be under 551.071 to receive legal advice and consultation, and also 551.074 still for the JP number 6-1 position and for the district attorney salary, Betsy? Is that what we're going under for?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
Right. I'm not sure if I heard you right. I thought you referenced JP6. We're JP5, right?
Right. We already posted for JP5 for executive session. So it was on the other elected official salaries that the court would still want to talk to me about in executive session. What my understanding.
I don't know. I don't know if the court discussed them yesterday. I don't know if there's any other discussion for today.
We're in open. We need to clarify what we're going under for, because we called a regular session item for the elected official salary. We're already posted to go for the JP5, so we're taking care of there. But I just needed to know if we were going under the elected official salary, which food we'd be discussing. I thought that might have been wrapped up, but I wasn't clear, at least for today.
Betsy, is that correct?
Judge, commissioners, other than the pending item on JP5, is there anything else the court wants to discuss? I'm not hearing any, so we only need to go in under the JP5 item.
Okay, great. And we've already,
Betsy,
we're already posted.
just a second, real quick. Betsy, I spoke to
Yes,
you
sir?
about an item, but I'm not sure if I need to bring it up now or in executive session about. Well, actually, no. I'll ask legal later to see how we can handle that situation. But no, I'm fine with this.
Okay. We can go into executive?
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
We can just stay in this meeting since we're going into recess. Stand by. Judge, I had to mute you very quickly. There was a lot of background noise from yours, so you'll have to unmute.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Jessica.
Commissioners Courthouse reconvene into special open session. Judge, at this time, would you like to go ahead and take a recess?
Please, we'll take a 10-minute recess. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioners Court will recess for 10 minutes.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938. Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, The county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barriz started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@ppcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the purchasing department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Okay, go ahead, Jessica.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into special open session. Item number 4, discuss and take appropriate action on the fiscal year 2020 through 2021 budget for the County of El Paso, Texas.
Judge, Commissioners, the next 2 items that I believe we have remaining are the elected official salary item, which we have up here on the screen. We need a motion from the court to approve these salaries as presented.
Commissioners, you're muted.
Commissioner, you're muted.
You're muted, Commissioner Leon.
I knew that, Miguel. Betsy, the salaries that are presented, there's no change from the salaries last year, is that correct?
For the all other elected officials, there are no changes from FY 2020 rate. For JP5, there's a reduction to the salary. And for JP6-1, there's an increase to the salary.
Betsy, since it's dealing with the elected officials, can I go ahead and read an item number 6 as well?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Item number 6, pursuant to the Texas Local Government Code Section 152.013B, discuss and take appropriate action on proposed annual salaries, expenses, or allowances for elected county and precinct officers for the fiscal year beginning October 1st, 2020. Any proposed salary or allowance increases will be published in a local newspaper of general circulation. These salaries and any proposed increases would take effect on October 1st, 2020 and upon the adoption of the county budget.
Okay, Commissioner.
So do we need a motion, Judge?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Okay, the motion to accept as the item was described by Ms. Betsy Keller.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Before I vote, we're saying emphatically that there's no increase for any elected officials at all.
There is, other than the 2 I mentioned, we're decreasing JP5, we're increasing JP6-1 to be level, and all other elected officials are not getting an increase.
Not 1 penny.
No, sir.
Then I'll say aye. Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Next, Judge and Commissioners, back up under item number 4. We have a presentation, I believe, from Constable Ugarte for Commissioners Court.
Yes, we do. Is he on the line now, Betsy?
I believe so.
Yes, I am.
Constable?
Yes, good afternoon, Commissioners Court and Judge Samaniego, Constable Oscar Ugarte, Precinct 1. And I had several items that I wanted to discuss with the court that I've been working with county administration with, and I was advised they need discussion and approval from Commissioners Court. And the first one I would like to talk about and discuss and take action is the first one is the constable salary study. Like I had mentioned in the morning, this is the same salary study that I have presented to each commissioner and county administration and HR right before budget hearings last year in May. Unfortunately, it wasn't picked up by commissioners court to discuss during budget hearings. So I would like to bring that up. I know Ms. Carrillo also has her own salary study, and I don't know which one you want to hear first.
Judge, commissioners, okay, so we were not prepared to present the salary study to the court. We were processing the salary study under the county's reclassification plan. That would be done separately and is done administratively. But we do have a copy of Constable Ugarte's presentation if you'd like for us to pull it up.
Yeah, if that's the case, we're not going to be hearing our, HRs, but we'd like to hear from Constable Ugarte at this time.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, to start off, last year I did open records requests on 10 counties across the state, which these counties were used by the county and were selected by an independent firm that the county selected. And these salaries are compared to El Paso County, such as Harris County, Montgomery County, Dallas, Fort Bend, Tarrant, Travis, Colleen, Bexar, Denton, and Hidalgo County. All these counties were used on a study that the county did for elected officials. When I collected this data, if you see on the presentation, I did email each commissioner the presentation. You see El Paso County, the sergeant deputy constable salaries, they were way at the bottom. They're compensated at $50,600.
Constable?
Yes.
Could you give us just 1 second to pull it up? Just one second.
Sure.
That'll be real helpful, Alexis. Betsy. Thank you.
Alexis, it was just sent to your email. You should have it in any moment.
We are monitoring.
Thank you. Ms. Keller, in the interest of time, I can start. Do you have it?
Yeah, we're downloading it now. So just take 1 second. Thank you so much. Okay, it's up on the screen. We're on the first slide.
Okay, sir. If you want to go, I'm already on slide. It's going to be the slide 4, which is sergeant deputy constable salaries.
Okay.
And just if you can keep in mind, these numbers were collected about 1.5 years ago with open records request. So the numbers might be slightly different this year. So if you can see on the slide, the sergeant deputy constable salaries, El Paso County, we're at $50,601. If you can see Tarrant County, which is the highest paid, it's $81,889. So if you can see from the 10 counties, El Paso County is compensated at the least at $50,000. If you go to the next slide, which is the deputy constable salaries, Bexar County is the least paid at $39,000, and then we're second to the last at $45,269, and with Colleen County being the top paid at $54,000. The next slide is El Paso County Constable salaries as compared to other salaries from peace officers within El Paso County. Next slide, please. Okay, so these are peace officer positions that the county currently has, and if you can see, the deputy constable is at way at the bottom as how they get compensated here locally for peace officers that are hired within the county. Next slide, please. After looking at all the positions of peace officers that the county has, currently, the two positions that have almost identical job descriptions is the sheriff's office deputy sheriffs and the constables, the deputy constables. If you look at the job descriptions, can you go to the next slide, Miguel, please? Based on the position descriptions from Human Resources, a side-by-side comparison of deputies and sergeants from both agencies, you can see that there's the minimal differences in wording. I have a breakdown on the next slide, please, Miguel. If you can see, these are the job descriptions for deputy sheriffs and deputy constables. These job descriptions are the ones that are filed here in Human Resources for El Paso County. If you compare each one, there's about four slides. I'm not going to go through each individual section, but if you do the comparison on these four next slides, the job descriptions are almost identical, just different wording is used. If you can skip these next four slides, and then we'll tackle the sergeant deputy sheriff and the sergeant deputy constable. And here, next slide is the comparison of the job descriptions for sergeants and job descriptions for sergeant deputy constables. I also listed all the items for the job descriptions on the next three slides. And if you compare them, they're almost identical as well. We have the same job descriptions filed with Human Resources. So what I'm proposing to Commissioner's Court, here we have two positions within El Paso County that have the same identical job descriptions, serve the same community, but because the deputy constables are not covered under collective bargaining, we do not get compensated the same. I understand that we're not covered under collective bargaining, but the argument I have is when collective bargaining between the county and the sheriff's office happens, there's a mutual agreement where it's fair on both parties. So what I'm suggesting is for the deputy constables and deputy sergeants to follow the same salaries as the deputy sheriffs and the step increases they have. Just because we are not covered by collective bargaining and there's no law that obligates El Paso County to negotiate our salaries, I just don't think that we should be left behind. We're out there serving the same community, working for the same county, and I believe we should be compensated the same, and hopefully El Paso County Commissioner's Court sees the value and the services that my deputy constables are providing for this community. So the proposal that I have is for Commissioner's Court to make a motion and have the deputy constables compensated exactly as the sheriff's contract pay scale and salaries. Does anybody have any questions?
Are there other constables on the call so we can hear everyone before we comment? Betsy or whoever, Miguel?
Good afternoon, Judge.
Pardon me?
This is Constable Javier, Precinct 6.
Hello, Constable.
Good afternoon, Judge. If I
go
can
ahead.
just say, you know what, I want to thank Constable Oscar Ugarte for his hard work on this study he conducted. And if you see his study, 7 out of 10 counties that he conducted a study on, 7 of those deputy constables, they get the pay as the deputy sheriffs in those counties. Why should we be left behind? Like Constable Ugarte says, we're out there basically doing the same duties. We're out there responding to calls. We're out there taking care of COVID sites. Once this pandemic hit, we were out there working side by side. When we had those protests, we were out there working side by side with the sheriff's office and the El Paso Police Department. And we're basically taking care of county property. When protesters showed up to the county courthouse or to the county jail, we were there side by side working the same detail as them. I really ask that you properly compensate our deputy constables. They're working out there, trying to help this community move forward.
Thank you, Constable Garcia. Anybody else on the line?
This is Constable Bernal.
Who is it?
Judge and Commissioner, can you all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Who is this, please? I didn't.
Constable Bernal.
Oh, Constable Bernal, thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Last year when Constable Ugarte says that he went to all commissioners and presented this, he did also go to each constable and present this. And I agreed with him that, and still agree that our deputies are not compensated for all the work that they do. And his presentation is very thorough and has gone above what HR has ever done. So I really am supporting what Constable Ugarte is suggesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Constable Bernal. Anybody else?
Yes, hi, this is Sergeant Noe Juarez from Constable Precinct number 4. I'm speaking on behalf of Constable Luis Aguilar. He's also in agreement with what Constable Ugarte has presented. They had previously met, and he does agree with the presentation.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I believe that is all, Judge.
Alexa, is that it, Miguel?
From the phone numbers I see, yes.
Okay. Well, first of all, constables, thank you so much. And, I hope one of the things that is really clear is our appreciation for what constables do. And not all of them have the same level of intensity, but they're all contributing to the community. And especially when it comes to, the food banks and all the disruption that takes place, the support that they give our community. I hope that it doesn't not go unnoticed. And one of the reasons I wanted the constables is I know that our liaison is Commissioner Leon, and he works very close with them. But I also wanted to sort of help reinforce how much they do to our community. And, their sacrifice of going out every day and not knowing what's going to happen and, all the situations that happen. We tried to focus on hazardous pay as one of the maybe our ability to contribute to the situation. And Betsy can give you some details on where we got with that. But we are trying to make sure that we show our appreciation and that we want to take into consideration their presentation. And then when we hear from Melissa, we could sort of look at the two and see, how we feel about what they're considering and then what Melissa has to say. But at least now we've got the two sites and then we could make a much better decision and have much better discussion on going forward. But so knowing that Commissioner Leon, you've been very involved and very supportive of the constables, would you comment on what you heard here today?
Yes, as you said, I have been very supportive of our constables, and being here as Commissioner Perez has almost 8 years, I've seen the professionalism rise. I don't see those complaints coming in like we used to see them before. So we don't know the lawsuits that they avoided. So that in itself is a huge savings. I know that somebody mentioned hazardous pay. I think it was Senator Booker is coming up with some sort of hazardous pay plan coming from the feds to all law enforcement. I think we do need to discuss their pay, and they instituted a uniform procedures manual where instead of each one of the elected constables having their own manual, now it's a uniform manual that they're all in it and with the same goals that in line with the county. So I'm very supportive. The only barrier here is, of course, the financing and the situation we're in right now. And this is something that I brought to their attention is there is a difference in supervisory pay. A sergeant in the sheriff's department supervises many more personnel than a sergeant in the constable's office. So I asked Constable Ugarte some time back to be ready to defend that. I don't know if we're going to executive to discuss this, but as you said, I'm very supportive. It's just the issue of finding the funding.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioners, other than Leon, is there any further comments we could move forward? Okay, well, constables, thank you very much for your presentation, and we always take everything that is said here into consideration as we move forward to a decision. Betsy? Well, actually, I've got Commissioner Stout.
Mr. Stout?
Yeah, Judge, I'm sorry. I just had one question because I wasn't clear on what the discrepancy is between what a deputy sheriff and a deputy constable make. What is the difference in the pay?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Stout. This is Constable Oscar Ugarte. If you can see on one of the slides where it says the difference in pay for the deputies, you see like currently one of the samples I have is like one of my deputies currently under our pay scale, he makes $51,218. If he had the same pay scale and step increase as the sheriff's deputy, he would be making $6,523. And that's the difference in pay, because we don't have any step increases. So that's what I'm trying to get my deputies. And like I said before, if the county feels that the deputy sheriff be compensated at that rate, then I believe that we shouldn't be left behind just because we're not covered under collective bargaining. And also to add to Commissioner Leon reference the supervisors and the amount of staff that they supervise. There is a different division in the sheriff's office where the sergeant has a limited deputies under him. For example, a sergeant that is assigned to warrants, how many deputies are under him? A sergeant that is assigned to the civil section, how many deputies does he have under him? Or a sergeant or lieutenant that is assigned to court security, how many deputies work under him during that division? And I bring up those three divisions because those are the divisions that we have. We have civil, we work warrants, and we work court security. And those are very small divisions. So as far as comparison yes, there's other sergeants in the sheriff's office that supervise many deputies, but there's also other divisions that have minimal deputies under them. And I don't believe there's a difference in pay scale for the sheriff sergeants depending on how many deputies they supervise. And also to add another comment, the county has had deputy constables since 2003. Instead of thinking that we're actually bringing an expense to the county, look at all the savings that the county has had since 2003 by underpaying these deputies. Since 2003, deputy constables have been out there serving this community, being underpaid. It's like when a new business comes into town. When a new business comes into town, what does the county do? What does the city do? They give them tax breaks so they can get on their feet and then be productive and help the community. That's when we started. Yes, we were underpaid. We've been serving the community, but now, I think now it's time for the county to recognize, the efforts that my deputy constables have been doing and serving this community and compensate them the same. And I know Betsy Keller and Melissa Carrillo are going to argue that we're not covered under collective bargaining, but I challenge Commissioner's Court to step up. We don't have a law that protects us, but let's be the trendsetters here. Instead of looking over to East Texas and see what they're doing, let's be the trendsetters here and have equal pay for deputy constables and deputy sheriffs. 7 out of 10 counties in Texas that compared to us already pay their deputy sheriffs and deputy constables the same amount. Let's make El Paso County the 8th county. And that's what I have for the court. And I understand as far as we're in budget constraints, but I have proposals. I'm not saying give us the whole raise in 1 year. I'm proposing let's do it in 2 years. Give them half this year and then give them half next year. Take a vote on it and let's compensate them with half this year and half next year.
Betsy, so you said that you mentioned at the beginning that we had planned to take this up in the context of the market adjustments that we try to do every year. Can you?
Yes, sir.
Explain that?
Yes, sir. But it's not. Melissa was actually scheduled to meet with the constables next week. I don't think it's anywhere near the $400,000 proposal that Constable Ugarte presented. There's a lot of things under the collective bargaining that also should be taken under consideration. The deputy sheriff's salary is based on working more hours per year. They're subject to, we have a 207K IRS exemption with them to pay overtime. I want to be clear too, Commissioner Stout, in responding to the questions, I really appreciate Constable Ugarte and all the work that he does. And definitely, this isn't an argument about the effectiveness or the service that our constables give, because they are night and day from where we started. When I started with the county, the professionalism is so improved.
Thank you, Betsy.
And, one thing I forgot to add, thank you for your explanation, Constable Ugarte, but they also, like the sheriff's office, not one of them has stayed home and worked out of the house. So they're all out there 24/7. So thank you.
I agree. Thank you, Constable. Go ahead, Commissioner Robertson.
The constables provide a great service to our community. When you talk about the food bank, that's a small thing compared to some of the duties that they perform. If you're not aware, 2 weeks ago, our constables were involved in a sting where we took 10 pedophiles off the street and locked them up. They worked in conjunction with the other federal agencies, the FBI, the DEA, and other federal agencies to make that happen. So you talk about where we were with the constables in 2003 compared to now. You look at the most professional individuals that's out there performing service, keeping our community safe. So I feel that we should do whatever we can to properly, better compensate our sheriff deputies. Our constables.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson.
And I'd really like to understand what our HR staff's recommendations would be, and I know that we're not at that point yet. That's
Mm-hmm.
I understand the work that was done to put these slides together and the study together, and I appreciate it. But I also would like to see what our HR staff has. They're the experts in HR.
Commissioner Stout, I believe Melissa Carrillo does have a presentation.
Yeah, we're scheduled to that next week. Is that correct, Betsy? Or what
She
are
was
your plans
scheduled to present it to constables next week.
Oh, okay.
Yes, but the only thing that I'm afraid of, once the presentation is done next week, the budget session is going to be over, and I don't want for the same thing to happen this year that happened last year. I presented in May, and it didn't make it into budget, and I had to wait a year. So I would like a motion and action from Commissioner's Court. If we're not going to get compensated the full amount this year, at least like my proposal says, implemented in 2 years. Because if we wait till next week, budget is going to be over.
Judge, Commissioners, the amount that Melissa's proposing is within our current budget. The amount that Constable Ugarte is proposing is significantly more. If the court wants to, and Melissa's, of course, is based on the normal process that we apply to all county employees outside of collective bargaining to classify positions. If the court wants to consider doing a different method, we would need to establish in your budget a reserve fund for that.
Judge, can the Constable Ugarte's idea is maybe by the end of the day, I don't know if it's too rushed, by the end of the day, we can have what it would cost for a full year at the total amount, maybe a staggered plan, like Constable Ugarte said, a 2-year plan, and possibly even a 3-year plan, what that would look like.
I do have those totals, Commissioner Leon. If you see on the proposal, the implementation of proposal, under option 2, the 3-year plan would be a fiscal impact of $147,854 on a 3-year plan. Obviously, my numbers are going to be a little off because this study was done with information about a year and a half ago, but it's going to be close to that range with the 3-year plan. A fiscal impact of $147,800 per year.
And I believe that already includes benefits, but I haven't verified that. I'm not sure.
That is correct. That would be the total with pay and fringe benefits.
Betsy, can we have something more concrete, maybe a little later during the day?
If we were to implement this plan as proposed?
Well, you've got 3. I think you got the 1, the 2-year, and the 3-year. Are we pretty close to Constable Ugarte's numbers?
No, sir. So again, Constable Ugarte is comparing to deputy sheriffs who work 2,184 hours a year. We're comparing to the same methodology that we use for all county employees, where we try to achieve 90% of the state averages for like positions, plus do our own internal point factor system rating. So that our amount, I believe, is significantly less than Constable Ugarte's amount.
Okay, this possibility, Constable, I hope you're still on the line, that we look at the 90%, then the following budget year we go into 95, and then on the 3rd year we hit 100%, and 100% of what? Then we have to really establish a baseline.
Yeah, I would recommend to put us at 100% to be the same as the sheriff deputy salaries and pay scale. So if we can do the 90 1 year, 95% another year, and then be at 100% and have the same pay scale, step increases as the sheriff's office, I would agree to that.
Well, that's something that might work. We have to, I guess, get Wally involved and really look at what kind of impacts that has, especially this coming budget year.
Betsy, is it something you would need time for us to discuss? And I guess, can we take this into Monday, or
Yes, sir.
we have to do this today?
Yes, sir. And I think there are some other impacts that Commissioners Court should be aware of that we should have a little bit of time to analyze. If you want to set aside a reserve fund, we're happy to work with that. But we want to make sure we bring forward all the facts and the comparisons. You all know collective bargaining is give and take. We'd like to go through what all offsets there are and see if how the court wants to proceed when we have all that information. And I do believe that Constable Ugarte has 3 other proposals for you as well, separate from pay.
Today?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, you want to complete? I think I'd like to give HR the opportunity, as much as, the integrity of Ugarte's survey. I mean, it still has to be integrated through HR, and the recommendation has to come from HR based on, whatever decision we make. They need to vet it properly and make sure we got all the numbers. And so I feel a little better that if we did that for Monday, to come back and tell us what the impact is. Otherwise, I don't think we'll move into a decision if we're this early. Just from what I see as far as consensus. So would we agree before Ugarte moves into the other items that we come back Monday and try to give HR as much of an opportunity to respond to the questions that were asked today?
Sure.
Sure.
I'm okay.
Okay. So Betsy, we could do that, and Melissa, just work closely with Ugarte and see how we can come into something that is being proposed through HR.
Is that, sorry, Judge.
Okay, we do not have an agenda item. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Betsy. I'm just going to ask if that's enough time. I mean, I understand that we're, trying to finish with our budget talks, today, and that was the plan. But we actually have until September 29th to approve the budget, correct? And so, I mean, is that enough time for y'all to get it ready for Monday, or maybe we can give them a little bit more time on that one subject, and we can, talk about the other things, but maybe, I mean, just what are the timelines? When is the stop dead, date?
Betsy?
So, Judge, Commissioners, we'll be preparing a budget package over the next several weeks based on what the court has approved up till today. And then if you don't want to add an amount in reserves today, we would modify that proposed budget package in the future. If you want to set aside funding today to be used to analyze this and bring back the information, we'll include that in the proposed budget package. It's whatever direction the court would prefer.
Judge?
Commissioner Robinson?
Yeah, I don't want to, I want to take action in support of the constable, but I don't want to rush to judgment on this as far as making a decision on the fly. There's integrity on both sides. The constables, our HR personnel, but we want to do something. So I would say part of what Betsy said about putting money in a reserve, I don't want to rush to make a decision on Monday without hearing what HR has presented or has to present to us, as well as what we get information from the constables. But I want to make sure that we make a positive decision in support of our constables.
Okay. So we'll
another week would be better to come up with a better decision rather than to rush it over the weekend?
Because there's information we'd like to compile to show the court, because this would impact future collective bargaining. Those collective bargaining employees have less holidays. They work 5% more hours for that annual salary. And now if we bring their constables up, but they don't have any give, future collective bargaining, I would come in and propose, like, why would the pay be equal and these other benefits be less for sheriff's deputies?
Well, and I do think it's got to be apples to apples. You know, it really does. I mean, it has to be that we take everything into consideration, that if it's going to be uniformed, I mean, we just can't have any discrepancies. And you're absolutely right. I mean, we have to take everything into consideration, benefits and everything, to say you're almost, what you're saying is, when we get there, actually they're going to be higher. If we were able to put them at the rate of a deputy, they're actually going to be higher than a sheriff's deputy.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, bring all of those to the table and get us to understand the differences that there are, and then how do we, just so that we can see the whole picture and make a decision based on the entire information.
So do you want that brought back on Monday, Judge?
Well, I think the consensus, I think from both is, you know, we have more time to do this. Let's do it right. And but I think the idea of the reserves, I think, needs to be considered. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, sir. We would
move forward.
We would ask that you please set up a $300,000 reserve. Basically, we cut reclass plan from next year's budget. To consider this proposal, we would need that $300,000 put back in, plus we will roll over the amount that we had not used this year.
Okay. Commissioner Leo?
Betsy?
Yes, sir. Christina.
So, yes, hi, just for clarification, Betsy, and from the Commissioner's Court, so my understanding is you want this brought back on Monday, or at least to have some sort of discussion. We don't have an item posted on the regular agenda that begins at 9:30. We do have a 5:30 meeting. Is that?
No, we have an item to push on the agenda to discuss budget for Monday.
Okay, perfect. Okay, great. Thank you, Betsy.
Yes, I placed the item on as backup.
Perfect. Great. Thank you.
Okay.
I thought we were talking about doing it a week from Monday, not Monday, to give staff more time to compile some of that information.
And to do that, we'll need the reserve so we can prepare the budget package.
Yeah, I agree with Betsy that we set aside a certain amount, and at least we have a goal, we have a base, and we go from there. And that's also assuring the constables that what happened last year will not happen this year.
Commissioner
Stout? We're talking about a week from Monday, not this Monday, a week from Monday.
That's correct.
Okay, very good.
Commissioner Stout?
Yeah, thank you, Judge. When it comes to that reclass, the reclass that we had cut that out of the budget, right? Are there other members within? Are there other employees that would have been considered as part of that reclass that are now going to be? I mean, that are going to be left out?
Yes, sir. JPD.
Okay, I mean that poses a problem for me too. I mean, I'm I definitely think that we and I think we always have, and we should continue to strive to pay folks as close to the market as possible. And again, I think we're now creating another division in the type of employees who get and the type of employees who do not get. And I'm not really, I don't think that's equitable or fair.
Betsy, how do we reconcile that? I'm not sure how.
You would need to double the reclass amount. This was programmed. Well, let me think about that. If you want to consider this amount as proposed by Constable Ugarte, we would need to double the reclass amount. We would need 600,000 because there was 300,000 next year for JPD. We had money this year for deputy constables and deputy sergeant constables based on the normal methodology we use for all other employees. It was not based on bringing them up to the same salary as sheriff's deputies. So that's an increase above what we were planning. So that would be a $600,000 addition to the register.
Judge,
Commissioner Robinson.
There is a significant difference. And you look at it from this standpoint, nothing against the personnel at JPD, but you look at when was the last time we had any increase in compensation for our constables compared to the reclass they were talking about as for JPD. I will submit to you that there probably were reclass done you say since 2003. How many reclass have the constables had? How many has the JPD personnel had?
Betsy?
We have not done JPD, sir. As a matter of fact, their pay scales even they're very outdated. The issue with constables, we have looked at the deputy constables. We were limited on how much we could increase deputy constables, as I recall, because the elected official's salary was capped, and the court had not addressed an elected official salary. So if we reclassed the employees, it would have had them making more than the elected official. And so then when the court fixed that last year in budget, that's what opened us up the opportunity to address the employees.
The employees, which employees? What are you talking about? The deputy constables?
Yes, we had looked at their compensation previously. I don't remember if it changed or not, but we had looked at it in past years, but we could only bring them up to a certain point. Melissa, do you recall?
I'm pulling that data now, Betsy, but you are correct. We did already analyze the constable staff a few years ago, and because of the elected officials' pay that was capped, we were working within those confines. This is an opportunity for us to look at that, which is why that presentation next week was going to address it, but it does not propose paying commensurate to the deputy sheriffs.
Judge, Commissioners, I know the Ms. Keller and Ms. Carrillo are saying that there's a method for classification of all county employees, but I want the Commissioners Court to take into consideration, with all due respect to all county employees, but we are law enforcement. My deputies are out there every day putting their life on the line. They don't know when we are coming back home. No, so there is a big difference. They classify us as regular county employees, but at the end of the day, we are law enforcement officers protecting this community, and we don't know what we're going to encounter on a daily basis. And a lot of county employees during this pandemic have been working from home, and my deputies have even canceled holidays. I know they said, well, there's going to be a discrepancy because of the holidays. Well, during this pandemic, I canceled holidays for my deputies, and we were out there serving the community. And I even reached out to Melissa to let her know, Melissa, I'm going to, some of my deputy constables are not going to be taking this holiday. So I do, even though we're not covered by collective bargaining, and I don't want to be placed on collective bargaining, but put us on a different category of what you're doing to employees that are covered by collective bargaining, since we have the same job descriptions and serve the community side by side by deputy sheriffs, police officers, that we get compensated the same.
Judge.
Commissioner Leon?
Yes, Betsy, without adding, I apologize, adding more to your booklet there. But JPD is a showcase in the U.S. I mean, we couldn't ask more of what they're doing. There's other agencies that come to El Paso to look at the way JPD runs. Matter of fact, we've gone to other countries to train in the way it's done here in El Paso. So I wasn't aware that the JPD, their pay scales were so outdated. And you've hit at a number of 600,000. When you come back with a JPD, with a constable's possibility insofar as pay, can you also bring back JPDs?
No, sir. We can work as hard as possible, but classification of constables are 2 positions, and classification of JPD is very, very many, several positions, and it's a lot of work. It's not a simple just salary, even just a salary study. It's updating job descriptions. It's making sure that the org chart reflects all who reports to who, and that we know the supervisory span of control. All of those factors, it's really extensive. We could contract it out and probably get it done quicker, but it's still going to take them some time to do it, and then we would have to pay a contractor.
Yeah, there's no doubt we're going to have to do it. There's no doubt. Then as we go into our next budget year, maybe that can be one of our priorities that we revisit during this year, revisit the JPD pay scales so we can be prepared at the start of next year's budget season.
So would the court like us to establish a reserve, and for how much would they like us to establish a reserve for salary and compensation studies for the constables, and or to include JPD or not?
Betsy, on the JPD, were we going to do the study ourselves in-house?
Yes, sir, we can do it in-house. That's how we have been doing it. Melissa could bring back the public sector personnel consultant contract, which would help get it done sooner.
But not soon enough for this budget year. But what I'm talking about is next year. If we could put that at the top and then cut out a reserve for the constables that we can just earmark for the time being, then move forward.
Yes, sir.
Whatever the court's wishes are.
I can agree with that, Commissioner.
Okay.
I think we're getting ourselves into some issues there with treating certain employees differently than others, and I've been a staunch advocate for being fair to all of our employees, and I think that again, favoring some over others is not a good thing to do.
Yes, Commissioner Stout, I agree with you, and you say of compensating employees fair, and since the county has already agreed that a fair salary for deputy sheriffs is at the contract that they currently have right now, then I would agree with you. Then we should be treated fairly and be brought up to those standards, since we provide the same services and have the same job descriptions filed with human resources. So I do agree with you on that.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Constable Ugarte, but I also heard Betsy make some comments about some differences, and I think that if we start creating more different classes, we already have are looking at creating 2 different classes: those that are covered under the CBA or the collective bargaining agreement, and those that are not. And now we're looking at creating classes amongst folks that are not. I think we need to be careful about that. And there's some information that Betsy provided that I think is pertinent to how we go about this. And I'd like to see more of that information. And I'm not sure that I appreciate all the work that you've done to bring this up, and I understand. I hear what you're saying, but I want to make sure that we're doing things correctly and that we're not creating more inequities within our staff.
Judge?
Yes, Commissioner. And just to be clear, please don't think that I'm trying to rush this through, because this was brought up since May of last year, before budget hearings started last year. So there's been plenty of time. So I don't want Commissioner's Court to think that I just jumped on today and I'm trying to push this through. There has been ample enough of time to look over this.
Judge, comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Robinson.
When you say, when someone say we're creating different classes, there are different classes. The elected officials is in one class because elected officials give themselves a pay raise. We, the Commissioners Court, give ourselves a pay raise. The rest of the employees, they can't give themselves a pay raise. A pay raise is proposed. We approve it, but who approves our pay raise? We approve our own pay raise. So when you say different classes, yes, there are different classes.
Judge?
Yeah, go ahead.
I think we've gotten all the information that that we need. I think there's a lot of items on the budget, but I think we need to also give HR the opportunity to present, whenever that case may be. But as I said earlier, I mean, these are the issues with these. Yes, the item was presented last year, but also again, it's just going to the issue of revenue caps. It's going to be very difficult moving forward, and the various competing interests that this county is going to face. But again, it speaks to the importance of having a process in place, because here we are in budget, hearing all these last minute items and hearing these requests, that this morning with the sheriff's request and this request that weren't necessarily included in the initial budget draft. But it's just it's going to be very difficult, just considering the revenue limitations that we're going to be facing moving forward. But that's why it's really critical, I think, that we hear from our staff and give them ample opportunity. But right now, having essentially what is a policy debate during the budget time is really consuming a significant amount of time, prohibiting us from really addressing other issues.
And that's what I was saying earlier, that no matter what's presented externally, it has to be integrated through HR. Otherwise, we'd be getting surveys from all different departments and so forth. So even if it helps us tremendously, and we are very appreciative, Ugarte, of what you're doing, but it still has to be vetted and put in the forms that HR would present to us. And that doesn't mean they're gonna present it the way they want to, or they're not gonna, it just means that it's their department, and I think we need to give them the respect that they do look at it and then bring it back once, comparing things to things. And then any of the questions that were asked today, it's their responsibility to put it in that format so that we can understand it and approve it. We couldn't be able to approve a study that's external to what we need to see. So it's not going to be, we're going to leave you out. I think we've made that pretty clear that we're very interested. We just need to look at it also through the eyes of HR and then compare the two.
Judge, if I may add, I have been working with Human Resources, and the reason it was brought up to Commissioner's Court is because Human Resources and I have different views of how deputy constables need to be compensated. And in speaking with Melissa Carrillo yesterday, the only way for this proposal to go through is to go before Commissioner's Court, because what HR is proposing is different from I'm proposing. And, I believe I respect the human resources. I respect county administration. I work very hard with them to move this county forward. But I also believe it is my duty as an elected official to look out after my staff. When my deputies ask me what I'm doing, when they're working side by side with deputy sheriffs, with police officers, and they're being compensated less, and they ask me why, this is why I'm here. I'm looking out for my staff and trying to get them properly compensated. And if human resources does not agree with me, or county administration, that's fine. I respect their proposal, but I believe I have the duty to look out for my staff, and I was placed in this position by the community. I'm going to look out for my community, and I'm also going to look out for the staff that makes the constable's office. And that's why it was brought up to the attention of Commissioner's Court, because we were not in agreement.
No, I understand that, and I think you accomplished that, Constable Ugarte. You've accomplished to show us the differences, and then we're looking at your proposal, but that proposal now has to be vetted so that we can understand what the cost is going to be, the difference between your proposal and how it would impact us with our sheriffs because of differences and so forth. So that's what we're asking, and I believe that's what we're asking HR is to look at your proposal and then present it to us.
Judge, the proposal has been vetted by Melissa Carrillo. When I spoke with Melissa Carrillo, I believe 2 weeks ago, the information that I brought forward on my salary study was verified by her staff, and I believe a captain from the U.S. Army that was assigned to human resources. And my data that I presented is comparable to the data that Melissa Carrillo presented. I don't know, Melissa Carrillo, if you can step in and let them know on the information that you gathered.
But Constable Ugarte, if I may, Judge, Commissioners, we're not saying that his information is wrong or incorrect. What we're saying is he's using a different methodology than we normally use. I would also say that it is not comparing apples to apples to the sheriff's employees. We would like to bring you back the differences so you can see and we can present those to you financially. And the other thing I want to say is this has happened before. It's not something we just have in writing. If a department does not agree with the classification that HR ranks the position, there is an appeal process. First, they discuss that disagreement with HR, and then I actually have an appeal hearing. I've held them before, where an employee brings forward information and says, this is why I think HR got it wrong. We listen to it, we evaluate both of the information, and then make a determination. And then if they disagree with that appeal, they take it to Commissioner's Court. But we would like to bring back one presentation showing you, here's what Constable Ugarte presents, here's what HR presents, here's the difference between that and collective bargaining. And then if you all want to direct us to go a different method, I want to be very clear. We have no problem going a different method. We just want to present all the information to you all to make that decision.
Yeah, that's my understanding. So yeah, I think you're on the right track, Constable Ugarte. I think you've accomplished what you're wanting to accomplish. It's just a matter of now us looking at the information from both sides and also looking at to make sure we need somebody to verify that when you say they're exactly, well, we need internally to verify that's true, or it isn't exactly because benefits are different or whatever differences there are. But then we'll see the clear picture for us to make a decision. So it's just a matter of it's not vetting it again, Constable Ugarte. It's now doing it within the parameters that we're suggesting, and Leon and myself and the commissioners are suggesting. Give us this information so we can make that determination, and then we're willing to do the reserve as well, is what I believe.
So I think that's or I don't know. I think there might be a challenge on the reserve part, but I still think that we're on the right track of understanding. I think you're at a much better place, Constable Ugarte, having it brought here. There's no objection that you brought it here. We understand things a lot better. We're asking some questions that need to be clarified.
Yes, sir. Understood.
Okay, thank you, Constable.
Okay.
Betsy, can you make
You want me
sense
to
of where
proceed
we're
to
at
the
at
next
this
item?
point, or what you think?
Okay,
No,
do you want to hear the other items before you take action to establish a reserve for this purpose?
Can we finish with this item and then go to the next ones? Because there's three, so I would like to tackle one item at a time.
So Judge, Commissioners, we would need direction from the court to establish a reserve for a pay study that might be considered for a different methodology of an additional $300,000 in FY, and then carrying over, I believe, $155,000.
Yes, ma'am. That would be the carryover.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Leon.
I make that motion.
So there's a motion. Okay, second.
I'm a little unclear as to what we're voting on.
It's to establish a reserve that consists of $300,000 in new funds and $155,000 in carryover funding for consideration of a constable pay salary methodology still to be determined.
Okay. I mean, we still haven't looked at the register. So, I mean, why doesn't this carry over to the register as we're considering items and how it pertains to, I guess.
Well, you would be directing us to put this on the register, and we can pull up the register and show it to you all if that would help. Commissioner Pettis, would you like to see the register?
I guess I'm fine voting aye. It's just a little unclear as the direction that if it's just setting aside funding, I guess it leaves you all leaves you all the flexibility to come back to Commissioner's Court. I mean, that's fine. I mean, I think that's all it is that we're asking for. So I'll vote aye.
Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Yeah, I'm a little unclear too. I mean, I like I said, I'm not really in favor of creating a different class of employees that are not covered by the CBA. And I mean, I don't know if that's what we're doing here, or if it's
you're not creating that group yet, sir. You're setting aside the money if you do decide to do that.
Okay. Yeah, I think we need to do it in the context of the way that we have done it in the past, with our market adjustments that we do every year, and I don't think that was included in the budget this year because of the constraints that we have, and so I'm going to vote no.
Jessica?
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm ready for my next item, Judge. Okay, Commissioner's Court. If you recall, the last time I addressed the Commissioner's Court, I was requesting that deputy constables get compensated with overtime instead of comp time. At that time, Ms. Betsy Caller was going to come back to Commissioner's Court with a proposal, and I haven't heard anything back on that proposal for our overtime, and I wanted to bring it up. Like I said, you know, it's the end of budget here, and I don't want it to go another year with us getting compensated. So I did pull some records for fiscal year 2018-2019. My office had a total comp hours of 604 hours. For fiscal year 2019-2020, my office had a total comp time hours of 346, and the records, the numbers that I pulled are from our chronos. Obviously, the F19-20 is not complete yet, and also the COVID-19 pandemic has hindered these numbers. So I'm proposing for deputy constables to have 8 hours of overtime per pay period per deputy based on the data that I'm collecting for my last 2 years on comp time, accrued comp time. And I don't know, Ms. Keller, what your proposal was as far as for a budget for overtime since the last time we met, if you have something new.
No, sir. We've been discussing it from a policy perspective. At this point in time, I don't know if there's support from a policy perspective to, and again, this would be different from other employees who do also work overtime, your public works department, there's other employees who work overtime that the court does not pay comp time or only pays comp time to. But it would be basically medical examiners also work overtime. But if the court wants to change the policy for deputy constables and allow them to get paid versus receive comp time, if you like, we could bring back a proposal just for constables, or we could bring back a proposal for all employees. Bailiffs often get called to stay late because of court hearings. There's investigators, but whatever the pleasure of the court.
So are you still working on that proposal from last time?
I'm discussing it from a policy perspective with each member of the court, Constable.
Well, and so what information has been gathered as far as a policy perspective?
The question is whether the court wants to allow paid overtime or continue its current policy of using comp time.
So that decision would encompass them as well, right, Betsy?
I'm sorry, say again, Commissioner or Judge?
Yeah, that what you're working on encompasses them as well. So we need to understand what our direction is so that you can understand his proposal. Is that?
Well, we would need to know whether the court was willing to entertain paying overtime. And if you are you willing to only entertain it for constables, deputy constables? Or are you willing to entertain overtime for all employees? Or would you want it to be a set amount? Or do you want departments to control it via scheduling?
What's our situation with deputies at this time under the contract?
Deputies are on a 207K. They get overtime after 84 hours in a 2-week period.
Okay.
I'm only suggesting the overtime for law enforcement personnel that actually work and respond to calls.
Yes, sir. It's just that the Commissioner's Court is responsible for others. And then for deputies, we have a limited budget for how much overtime is available, and they have to work within that limited budget.
And Constable Ugarte, instead of piecemealing it to us, can you give us the third item that you have? Because we need to look at the universal impact here, not a little bit at a time. So if you have a third item, can you give it to us also?
Yes, okay. The third item is just for equipment that our office is needed. The third item would be our ballistic vest. Currently, the lifespan of a ballistic vest is 5 years. Back in 2014, the Commissioner's Court funded the purchase of ballistic vests for the deputies. As of right now, we are wearing expired ballistic vests, and it would be a total of 32 vests that are needed. I did submit some quotes. I found a quote from Safariland. It says the ballistic vest MSRP is $1,250, and I see it if for contract or bulk purchasing, they can come down to $750 for each vest. Each vest also needs an exterior vest carrier and then also an interior vest carrier. If we look at the price for the MSRP that is listed on the quote that I attached to the email, we would be looking at $74,000 to give a vest to each constable throughout the county. And it might be a little bit less if we do that bulk purchasing, and I see here that it might go down to $750, but a ballpark average to replace all expired vests that we're currently using would be $74,080. That's item number 3 that I have. Item number 4 would be the crowd control gear that I had reached out to commissioners that is needed, as previous events that had happened in our county. Our deputy constables have responded. Some deputy constables were not able to respond because they did not have the proper equipment. The equipment that I'm suggesting, a crowd control gear for each deputy, a riot shield, you're looking at $154. The disturbance kit, you're looking at $359. A baton, you're looking at $78. A gas mask, you're looking at $718, and mask filters for the gas mask at $91. To cover all 32 deputies across the county with this equipment would be $44,895. And again, I did reach to county administration. I've been working with my budget analyst with Ms. McKenzie and with Wally. I had brought this to their attention, and it was brought to my attention that Commissioner's Court would need to take action to fund these items. And these last 2 items, it's the officer safety issue that we have this gear for our deputies and have them well equipped when they respond to situations in our community.
Judge, commissioners, I believe, and I need to confirm with Wally, I believe the ballistic vests are put into the constable's budget every year in their 600-311 account. They get an account that's funded to be able to replace them. You cannot replace all vests in 1 year. It's set up with the idea that you replace a different number every year on an ongoing basis. If they were all replaced at the same time, that would be an issue where we would need to do a separate capital allocation. And we definitely can do that through our capital funding. The crowd control gear is also a policy issue.
I'm just very surprised that that those vests have been allowed to expire, Constable Ugarte. As a matter of routine, I know that we order all these vests through the Sheriff's Department to include vests for the constables, and this is the first I hear of it. They've always been up to date, and I don't know how long they've been expired, but this is something that I think we can order and get a better deal countywide to include the Sheriff's Department. And as far as other defensive items that you need for your crowd control. So I think this is something that we can work out through one big order or several big orders that includes the Sheriff's Department and constables.
Agree.
Why haven't they? Why if they've had that fund available for those types of things, how come they have not been that fund has not been spent on those things over the last 5 or 6 years as they've been? I don't know. I guess getting through them.
Mr. Stout, Commissioner Stout, this is Constable Oscar Ugarte. We do get $500 a year per deputy, but that is to replace our uniforms and our equipment. Back in 2014, if you can go back through Commissioner's Court agreed to replace all vests. And at that time, commissioners agreed that every 5 years we would get the funding to replace these vests. and the funding was given to us in 1 year. We do get $500 a year, but that's to replace our uniform. A set of uniform for a deputy constable, for a set of pants and a shirt for one, that's $110 that we're spending. So the yearly funds that we get, it's just to replace our uniforms. These expenses, as far as ballistic vests, it's a high price item. And if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if there's another constable on the line that can help me out on that, but in 2014, when Commissioner's Court allocated the funds to replace all our vests all at once, I believe at that time it was agreed that every 5 years we would get these replaced. So I'm not even sure that we need to bring this back up to Commissioner's Court because it was discussed and approved back then. I don't know if another constable can help me out on the line that has a little more information.
Hi, this is
Wally,
Sergeant Juarez
can you
with
add
Precinct
in?
4.
Can you add, Wally?
So on clothing, each office does have $500 per officer. Constable 1 has a $3,500 clothing budget. They also have their ops equipment account. Constable 1 happens to have $1,817. The fact of the matter that they all expired this year, I did not see a budget request come in for those. And so if they did expire, I did not see a bulk request come in.
I did send one to Mackenzie.
Okay, let's see. Who else chimed in? Go ahead.
Yes, back in 2014, Commissioner Leon and Mayela at the time, they spearheaded the proposal to buy all deputies and constables vests. At that time, they had agreed to replace them every 5 years. So they funded those vests at that time, and they said in 5 years they would revisit to fund them to get replaced. And that's what had been decided back in 2014 during the budget hearing.
I guess.
And also myself, I did reach out to Mackenzie at the beginning of this year and let her know that the vests were expiring and they were going to need to be replaced. She said she was going to see who she needed to speak to in budgeting to see, and she requested some additional information as to when they were approved by commissioners, and that she would get back with us. And we still haven't heard anything on that.
So commissioners, all of my analyst that handles that is not here this afternoon. I'll get some additional information on that and follow back up with the court.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We don't need any kind of action on that. That is a capital fund that we would be able to, or an equipment fund that we would be able to use to fund those vests. Correct, Wally?
Correct. If that's if we do find that they are in need of a replacement, and since they're over $500 each, we could consider an allocation out of the CIP available funding.
Betsy, this is Constable Garces. On the last email you sent me, Betsy, you said that I needed approval for Commissioner's Court when I had requested the crowd control gear. The last email that I received from you, you said that I needed Commissioner's Court approval.
Yes, sir. I cannot approve riot gear.
So can we bring that up?
I was talking about the vest, Constable. We can.
No, on the email that we were discussing, it was referenced the
riot gear.
The riot gear, and you said I needed a Commissioner's Court approval. So I guess if Commissioner's Court, if there's capital funding, if a motion can be made to equip the constables with crowd control equipment, if
Also, Ms. Keller, if I can provide you with an update in the vest, I just got a text from my analyst. She did get sizes from the constables, and everything was submitted to grants. Grants did request and include on the request for the grant for replacements of vest along with the sheriff. So we do have a grant application that is pending. So I would see how the award comes in and then make a recommendation thereafter if we do or don't receive a reward.
Do we know the timeline on that reward? I had asked earlier if that allocation would be coming out of the 2020 or budget or the 2021 budget.
The award is pending now. That application was made probably within the last 45 to 60 days. I'll follow up with the staff to find out what the award notice dates are. so that we can also make the appropriate recommendation as to whether or not to consider out of our CIP funds if the award is not granted. Either way, I don't think you need action on the general fund for the vest because we have available CIP funds.
Thank you.
And Judge,
go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
Judge Betsy, maybe on the defensive equipment that they're requesting, that's also considered, like we buy the radios. It's the way we order all that equipment, that we do the same for this type of equipment. And I emphasize defensive equipment that we order for the sheriff's department to include the constables.
I think item 3 is just a matter of processing more than it is of an action, right? We just need to.
Item 3 is the best. And Chief Witten did text me that he says that they do give vests to the constables. I don't know the details on when or how often or who they give them to. But the vests are something that we don't need any action from the court. The email that I've sent to Constable Ugarte is specifically about these requests for the shields, the batons. Can you bring that presentation back up, Miguel? The riot shield, the civil disturbance riot kit, the riot baton. What is included in the riot kit, Constable Ugarte?
They're listed on there. The riot kit would be the riot shield, the disturbance riot kit. That's a chest plate, knee pads, and a protection for your thighs, and also elbow pads. It's just body protection for the deputy. So it would be some kind of like a plastic shell, like a turtle shell.
Sure.
And knee pads, elbow pads, and gloves. And if you see on the attachment, if you can see it, I actually have the quote, and it gives you a picture and a breakdown of everything the kit includes. If you can pull that up, Miguel, it was also part of the attachment after this sheet.
How many riots have occurred in El Paso that you all have had to attend?
As far as riots, we attended 3 riots, but also keep in mind, not just riots, we had crowd control. When President Trump visited our city because of the August 3rd shootings, there was massive crowd gatherings in different areas, which we also responded, and I would want Commissioner's Court to be proactive instead of reactive. I don't want Commissioner's Court to think, well, a deputy got hurt, now let's get him the protective equipment. I want my deputies, when something happens in this city, to be ready to respond and be properly equipped, because at the end of the day, I want my deputies to go home in one piece. And this equipment, it's an officer safety issue. We do not have this equipment.
And Constable Ugarte, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe there's a grant that we could buy some of this equipment from. But you were asking me if I could approve the purchase, and because Commissioner's Court had a conversation and had specifically not approved riot gear at that point, I could not authorize it.
What we did get the grant, but we just got a response from Erica Ortega from Grants that county administration had decided not to include us in the DOJ grant. So these items, we were left out. They said county administration had decided that only the district attorney's office and the sheriff's office would be included in the DOJ grant. So that grant,
I know I didn't discuss that or have that conversation. I would need to see that information.
And Betsy, so I can cut to the chase, in the interest of equity, whatever we order for the sheriff's department is, I think, what we should be ordering for the constables, no more, no less. I think some of this equipment, the sheriff's department doesn't even order. So I think it's uniform, whatever the sheriff's department has, we can try to also, or we can assure that the constables also have that type of equipment.
Good way to approach it, Commissioner.
I have issues with you know, especially things like gas masks, which means that you know, you need a gas mask probably because the law enforcement agent is going to be launching gas into protests or things like that. And you know, especially with what's been going on recently and some of the way things went down here in El Paso, you know, I have issues with this type of equipment being purchased with taxpayer dollars, and I also, you know, I'm not sure I just don't understand why constables need to be involved in protest policing. I mean, they're statutory. I think statutory duties that constables have, correct, that have to do with, you know, serving warrants or serving eviction notices or writs and things like that. I'm not sure why constables need to be involved in these types of operations.
Well, Commissioner Stout, you know, as peace officers for this county, you know, I can tell you right now, if there's something where law enforcement is needed and in my community is being affected, even if it's not a civil matter or warrants, you know, my officer is going to respond. If another agency needs assistance, either police, school police, deputy sheriffs, local law enforcement, federal law enforcement, if there's a way that my peace officers can help this community, my officers are going to be there. And I believe other constables have that same view. It does. I understand that we do serve civil and we do warrants, but any way that county resources that are given to me can help this community and make this community safe, you will see a deputy constable from my office assisting this community.
Betsy, were you going to say something? I'm sorry.
Just commissioners, we don't need budget for these items. If you want to do them, they're capital. If you want to focus on the FY21 budget, the items that we would need your approval on. So policy-wise, we need a policy decision. Do you want to buy this type of gear for constables? I heard Commissioner Leon say partner with the sheriff's office, see what gear they're buying and what they're equipped with. I don't think the sheriff buys this equipment for every single officer, but it's definitely a policy decision. Also, from a budget perspective, the items that we would need, we've already added the fund for salary survey. If you want to address the policy issue of paying overtime immediately, we would need a budget allocation for that. But we would need to know whether you want it for just deputy constables or if you'd want us to consider it for other positions as well.
Yeah, I just, I don't think that we need to be enabling law enforcement to be reactive. I think public gatherings are not considered riots. I don't think that we've had any actually riots in El Paso since I've lived here, and it's been 10 years. You know, and I feel like, you know, I understand if there's a call in law enforcement, other law enforcement agencies like the sheriff or police department, you know, need assistance, you know, if there's a crime in progress or something like that, and nobody else is nearby. I mean, I can get why you would want to help out in that fashion, and so, but I think that when it comes to you know, riot gear and gas masks and this type of equipment, it's definitely not something that we need to be I just don't think constables need to be involved in those types of operations. I think you have police department that is what manned and equipped for that, and you know, if anything, if it's something that you need, maybe it can be, you know, if there's not enough or you don't have enough. I mean, if it's something you feel you need, maybe the sheriff's department can lend it to you. But I just don't see why we need to have constables in a protest atmosphere. I mean, there haven't been any riots here. I mean, there weren't riots recently.
Betsy, so is it my understanding, just to be clear, because this isn't as it pertains to the budget and the budget allocations, and so I guess, you know, to see where we are and in terms of moving this along, is then this going to be part of a capital improvement item? And if so, that's probably a better discussion than to have it at this point when we're posted for budget items. I'm not, because
I'm believing that this is a policy discussion and that we should have an item posted to discuss and take appropriate action regarding riot gear and activities for the constables. Okay. And then on the other item, whether or not to authorize and budget for overtime, that would also be a policy item, but we would need a budget for that. And then the item for the vest, I believe we can address under existing capital funds.
Agreed on the budget comments for the vest, and at the point in time that the court were to consider a policy direction on any type of riot gear, that also would be qualified for a capital item if the court were to approve that.
So, Betsy, do we need a motion for the statement that Wally just made?
Judge, I mean, I think we're having substantive policy discussions, you know, during budget hearings, and again, I mean, not to go back to this point, but I think this is what happens when we say that there's going to be a hold the line year, and when we don't hold the line in one, I think we're going to open the floodgates for a lot of these requests. I mean, a lot of these issues on compensation, I think, is fundamentally a policy issue, not a budgetary one. I think there's separate discussions that need to take place, and that's why we have the weekly budget meetings for those types of policies. But you know, it's our job here is to approve the budget. But a lot of these discussions are things that should have followed a process. I understand that there was disagreement, you know, but you know, if there was supposed to be a hearing, as Betsy said, I don't know if that hearing took place. I mean, it's sounding to me like the hearing or the appeal hearing wasn't held. I mean, you know, if it didn't go through that process, then you know, it could really bog us down during budget hearings if we heard every item, one that actually went through the process and ultimately didn't get funded, that then should be appealed to Commissioner's Court. But now, if this one didn't even follow the process, I mean, it's just we're going to get bogged down in every request that got denied by staff, and it's sort of akin to the way the budget presentation was back in 2012 when Commissioner Leon and I started on here. I mean, we were arguing over pens and pencils, you know, for things like this, and you know, the budget has been, we've established these procedures and policies for a reason. You know, I also agree when it comes to these types of issues. I mean, I agree with Commissioner Stout on, I don't think that, you know, especially just given constraints right now. I mean, talking about this type of equipment, I mean, one, I just don't think it's appropriate for the constable's office, considering that we've had other issues, you know, regarding the efficiency and allocation of work and civil cases. I mean, I don't think there's been any resolution to that, but you know, we're going to continue to get bogged down in these issues. I mean, I think all these issues should be set aside and for a future time.
Thank you, Commissioner. We're ready to move forward.
Okay, so I've heard direction on the pay. Are we moving forward then, and we will consider these items separately for the other areas, the riot gear, the overtime, and then the vest we will take care of through capital. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Betsy, the riot gear, only to the point that it matches whatever the sheriff's department is buying.
And we would bring that back specifically for the court to see and discuss. Okay. So with that, Wally, can you pull up the register to show the court where we're at?
Yes, ma'am. Miguel, if you will pull it up. I've already updated it as of action approved by the court a little earlier. So as you can see on the screen, I have added one additional item within admin general administrative personnel pay study contingency, $300,000 plus the $155,000 carryover for $455,000. Net budget changes to date would be $337,000, and our reserve position would be at 9.65%. We were at 9.79% at our lunch break. Questions from the court?
Judge.
Yeah, Commissioner Stout.
I just wanted to make a couple of comments. I want to, in the context of this budget, I mean, we're making a lot of difficult choices and a lot of difficult decisions and cutting things, and I just want to again, urge the Commissioners Court to try and work with the Sheriff's Association to see if they would be willing to come into solidarity with other county employees who don't fall under the collective bargaining agreement, and therefore are not receiving increases in their salaries this year. The head of the association, I think, pointed out yesterday that I voted for the collective bargaining agreement, and he's right. I did, because I support paying competitive salaries to all of our employees and staying as close to what the market says they should make. People get into different lines of work for a number of different reasons, whether it's, something that they dreamt of doing, if it's something that they found interest later in life, or, they felt it was their calling. And when people go into those fields, I'm sure that they understand what the duties are and what the jobs entail. And I know that some jobs are more dangerous than others, and I certainly respect that working in a jail or being a law enforcement officer fall into that category. And I commend and thank every single woman and man who do those jobs for doing them. And I pray that they are able to steer clear of harm as they go through and then they go about their duties. And I also get the situation that we find ourselves in now with the pandemic, where there are even more dangers to deal with, especially when we have people that are dealing with folks in the public, and even more so in congregate settings like the jail. And that's why my office provided suggestions to the sheriff and the association on manners by which the risk to our employees could be mitigated. And I was and continue to be very worried for the well-being of all of our employees, especially those in those situations. And I know that there are measures being taken, and I applaud them, and I appreciate the way things that have been handled. But I still feel more could have been done and could still be done to reduce that risk. And we ended up seeing a sharp increase in the number of COVID cases within the jail. And I realize that it's gone down. But that said, I wanted to point out that not every person that works in the jail, those that are in law enforcement here at the county, fall under the collective bargaining agreement. There are people like district attorneys and county attorneys and public defenders, as well as maintenance workers, maybe food service workers and environmental service workers that I would imagine also spend time within the jails and are not covered by the collective bargaining agreement. There are, I mean, of course, we've been talking about the constables, and there are other law enforcement investigators that are not covered either. And and what about the medical examiner's office? They do the autopsies and are in direct contact with the folks that have lost their lives due to COVID, and they are also at a much elevated risk. Their jobs are also dangerous, and they're important too. Yet they don't have a union nor collective bargaining rights, and they don't get a raise this year. There are other positions here at the county that are also considered dangerous. If you look up the most dangerous jobs around, of course you're going to find that being a law enforcement officer is on that list. But so are jobs like heating and air conditioning and refrigeration mechanics, construction and maintenance workers, industrial machinery repair and maintenance workers, electricians, landscaping and lawn service, and groundskeeping workers, and many others that we employ at the county. And I believe that we also need to take that into account when we're talking about this. The point I'm trying to make, I think, with all of this is that there is inequity in what we are doing this year with pay increases, or the lack thereof for some folks. We are again, in my opinion, creating two different classes of employees: those that have a union, collective bargaining, and those that don't. And in my opinion, we should always strive to be fair. And I don't believe that this is fair. We do pay some of the best salaries and provide some of the best benefits in the area, whether you're an attorney or a detention officer or a clerk or a mechanic. However, right now times are tough, and all I'm asking is that that the Sheriff's Association consider taking the same hit that everybody else is taking. And I'm not asking them to give up more than anyone else. Why I don't understand why it's a bad thing to ask them to be team players. I know that they've done it in the past, and I'm thankful for that. They were willing to do so. I just don't understand why that's not the case now. I also don't understand why it's a bad thing to ask them to partner with us to help set up something like the CI2 program that is something that the sheriff and his leadership team obviously think is necessary, as well as many members of the court. And so, I feel like, over the years, and we've continuously advocated for, paying all employees fairly, regardless of whether they are included in a collective bargaining agreement, and regardless of whether or not they have a PAC that can contribute to campaigns. For me, everyone should be treated the same. There are many different jobs at the county, and all are equally important. When we are in prosperous times, all of our employees should benefit, and when we're in trying times, if we're asking one group to take a hit, then we should ask that all do the same. I also want to point out that my office did try to set up meetings with the association to discuss the budget, as we have over the past couple of years, but received no response. And I think that it's really unfortunate that they can find time to call in for public comment, to sling mud, but they couldn't find the time to meet with me regarding the budget before the hearings. And so I want to again ask the Commissioners Court to really think about reaching out to the association and asking them to work with us to try and come up with the funds that we need for things like the CIT program and some of the other things that we may have had to cut.
Christina.
Yes, sir.
I'm concerned about, we have a contract and we need to maintain the integrity of that contract. And I'm concerned about making comments that have not been vetted by the entire Commissioners Court, that obviously have received calls about morale going down and people concerned about some of the comments that Commissioner Stout has made, and so I would like your advice on the continuation of these comments before. I'd like to see those comments in executive session so that we can discuss properly, and so that if we agree, then we need to reach out to the representatives and have a discussion instead of having a public discussion on the contract or what we intend to do and being interpreted as the commissioner's court having these discussions. So could you guide me a little bit on that? Because I am really concerned about, one person making certain comments on a contract that we've agreed on without having this in executive so that we decide as a commissioner's court how we're going to approach it.
Sure, Commissioner, sure, County Judge. I mean, the comments that any commissioner makes or the county judge makes, especially I guess during the budget process, there is no prohibition on that. There, at least what I've heard, both from the union and of course both from the commissioner's court, has not raised any alarms or raised any issues in terms of what that might place the county in any particular predicament. I guess from a legal standpoint, if that's the question, if that's the issue, if they're just comments and considerations and policy issues that have been engaged in and discussed as we go along through the budget process. So that's on that in terms of those comments and what could be made. Again, all policy decisions, all policy discussions that can be made out as part of a public forum during budget sessions. The second issue, I guess, and just for some clarification on your end, are you requesting that an item be put on executive session regarding the collective bargaining contract for further discussion? Is there something that you would like more information on that, sir?
Well, my concern is that we haven't had a discussion ourselves in sort of all the commissioners and myself as to whether we would like to approach, this opening of the contract or not opening it. And I think that it should be better done because the people who reached out to me are thinking that we all want to open the contract and, that we had agreed otherwise, that we haven't had any discussions, that we're not at that extreme point to be having that discussion. And then that indirectly the morale is being really impacted because we're having these conversations. So I think by having an executive session, you telling us, allowing us as a group to determine what we want to do, because it is being taken as our approach from the commissioner's court that we're wanting to open the contract again, and that has created some issues. And so I felt, maybe I'm wrong, but that we were sort of right there in a very narrow area of having this discussions without having them directly with the union, even if it's open, we're thinking of this, we're thinking of that, but not in a public forum. So anyway, that's I just want to make sure we weren't violating anything. Commissioner Leon, I see you.
Yeah, I just wanted to make this statement. Of course, Commissioner Stout has every right to air any of his opinions. That's why we're all here. But I do have an issue of Commissioner Stout bringing out the fact that he wants the deputies and DOs to think about giving up a step raise when we haven't asked anybody else to do the same thing. So I think you're absolutely right. This is he's getting way ahead of our talks here, and I think as we move along, then we consider that. But at this time, that's like I said yesterday, it's not even on my radar.
Okay, just want to make sure from a legal perspective, and also from if they are hearing the public or the or deputies that this is not determination or that we're moving in that direction. It's a particular comments from the commissioner as that he has a right to express, but they were approaching me as if whether or not we were going against the contract, of not going back to them the way we should and say, hey, we got these concerns or we'd like to do X. before them hearing them directly from us instead of in an open forum. That's so I wanted to clarify that.
Yes, sir. I mean, as I stated earlier, have not heard any other direction from the court at this point. These have just been discussions during your budget sessions, policy considerations. There has not been an ask or a request to further that. That doesn't mean that anyone can't ask for that information to move that along, but certainly each one of you during these forums, as you acknowledged, does that have that opportunity to express at least a policy perspective and a policy position in such an open forum, and it doesn't jeopardize anything else. And I guess in terms of anybody that's asking questions or if the court's looking at it, I mean, obviously you're free to respond in whatever way to your particular constituents that call in and to give them that feedback. But as a collective body, this court has not moved or directed anything further than these general discussions and policy positions and discussions that we've had in this forum during the budget process.
Well, that in itself helps, that they do understand that this is commissioners can make, comments on what they feel is a direction, but the perception was that we were moving in that direction, and we haven't discussed it as a group. So I was wondering if there was a way to put it in executive session so that we, as a group, can discuss, what's our approach and what's the communication process that we should have with the union, as the 4 commissioners and myself making a decision. This is the way we're going to approach this, and if we're interested in that, how are we going to go? How are we going to do that? Are we going to do that directly to the union? So I feel I do need some advice from that. So if there's an opportunity, we could do that at executive in the very near future.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Judge, can I ask for clarification from the budget department? Nobody's seeing salary reductions this budget, but to me, from what I understand from the budget, the people that are under the collective bargaining agreement are receiving pay increases, while people that are not under the collective bargaining agreement are not receiving any increases. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We have budgeted the contractually required increases for the collective bargaining employees and any other contractually required increase in other accounts, but none for staff.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Okay, Betsy, can you sort of get us back on track here? Make sure that we're...
So, Judge, Commissioners, we've shown you the budget register and the impact. That leaves us with a proposed budget balance of, I believe, a reserve of just over 9.6%. Wally, can you? 9.65%. And with that, the remaining items, Wally, I believe, is the next date that we will be discussing action items for the court will be August 24th. Your mic's not on.
You're muted, Wally.
Thank you. I was just testing everyone. We will have the proposed tax rate on the agenda for the 17th, the public hearing for the tax rate on the 24th. I will be filing the budget at the conclusion of today's meeting. I will be filing the budget officially with the county clerk 10 days before our required public hearing in middle September. Your budget increased by $337,937 for the general fund, bringing it up to $356.2 million. And as stated, yes, of the proposed, leaving the reserves at an estimated 9.65%. Additionally, with the remaining fund balance of $34.4 million, we would also be balancing the budget and having a emergency contingency allocation, our 90% policy, of $30.9 million. That addresses all pending items, and with that, we are prepared to wrap up the 2021 budget hearings unless there are any other things that the court wants to discuss.
Thank you, Wally. Appreciate that.
Yes.
Betsy, anything else that we need to conclude?
No, sir, that's everything.
Okay, Jessica?
Okay, so I will just go ahead and read in the following items that we did not take action on. Item number 5, receive a presentation on county revenue and expense budget scenarios for fiscal year 2021 and take appropriate action. No action for item number 5. Item number 7, discuss and take appropriate action on the El Paso County Hospital District's capital and operating budgets for FY 2021 and proposed tax rate. No action for item number 7. And item number 9, discuss and take appropriate action regarding a personnel matter for the Justice of the Peace Precinct 5. No action for item number 9 as well. This completes all the items on today's agenda, Judge.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, there's someone.
Yeah, Judge. Wally, I just had a question regarding the tax rate. So I guess what's the next steps? How are we going to, if you could just, I mean, for clarification, so we're just not caught off guard. I mean, so we didn't really get into a debate over the tax rate. Are we just going to save that for the tax hearing itself? Because ultimately, I mean, so just so everyone's clear, this budget proposes a tax increase under the state's definition. And so by that definition, we then now we're obligated to hold tax hearings. I mean, so if we're not going to move in a different direction, we're sort of de facto obligating ourselves to engage in those tax hearings if we don't lower the tax rate or decrease spending. Or if we don't lower the tax rate, decrease spending, or yeah. Go ahead.
So Commissioner, to give you a recap, there is an item on Monday's agenda for you to propose the tax rate. The tax rate that's being recommended you propose is the current tax rate of 0.488997. That is the ceiling of the tax rate that will take you into a tax rate public hearing. Thereafter, within 7 days, either at the conclusion of the hearing, you can adopt that tax rate or any amount below that tax rate, or you have up to 7 days, the following meeting being August 31st, that you are required to adopt a tax rate. You can adopt no more than you propose, but you can adopt any less than what you propose. If you were to propose the current tax rate and adopt the current tax rate, that would add $2.3 million to our revenue position and would increase that fund balance reserve by about 0.6% to just over 10%, 10.2. If you didn't and we kept the current tax rate, then the budget would, as proposed now, in the general fund would finish at approximately 9.65% in our reserves.
And if they went to the effective tax rate, Wally?
The current budget as filed and the estimate from the auditor is using the old effective tax rate, the no new taxes tax rate, and this budget model you see before you on the screen holds.
But it would result in a significant decrease in reserves, right? Or $2 million or so from the $5 million. I think you gave us that analysis.
Yes, the difference, the difference of a $5 million in new tax revenue, the difference was about 7.8, about $2.3 million higher.
Okay. So just to be clear, then ultimately the outcome of the vote on Monday will then determine whether or not we'll have tax hearings for an increase.
Yes, sir. If you propose anything above the no new taxes rate, you're required to have a hearing.
Okay. Okay, that clarifies it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Perez. We needed at least the public also to understand the process, so thank you very much. Thank you. Great weekend, and have a great weekend. I think this is probably, very difficult decisions, but I really appreciate and respect the agree to disagree throughout the process, and the maturity and, just the way we handle things, I think is exceptional. And as we move forward, I think everyone takes this extremely serious. The budget is so important, and Wally and your team and Betsy getting us to this point, and And once again, you've always told me you learn from everything that we go through, and I'm sure you're going to look at some of the process and how we could streamline it a little bit, not have the governor come in on budget would be one of the the items I'd ask for. So do apologize if here we are on Friday, and you guys had streamlined it very well. So thank you very much. Have a great weekend. Be safe, and we'll see you on Monday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Stay safe.
This concludes today's meeting at 4:46 p.m.